the slide. But
Oh,
then
okay.
I forgot. 2 years ago, I forgot my Agenda Online login, but it's
Right.
on my old computer from work. So I have that computer open with Agenda Online on it because I don't remember the password, but
Right.
I saved it on this computer. So it's like, okay.
All right, we are live,
Right.
President Jackson.
All right. Okay, we will call to order the regularly scheduled board meeting for Thursday, December 10th, 2020. We will start off with a roll call. Vice President Pizzotti.
Here.
Clerk Kirby Gonzalez.
Here.
Trustee Wong.
Present.
And I too am present. Obviously, in case people are not aware, Trustee Alcala won her election to the City Council, so now she is a member of our City Council. So therefore, oh, my camera's off. We are down a board member. Okay. Announcements of items to be discussed in closed session. E1, Government Code Section 54957, Public Employee Discipline, Dismissal and Release. E2, Government Code Section 54956.9, D2, pending or potential litigation. Do we have any public comments regarding these closed session items?
Good evening, President Jackson. I've received no public comments for closed session.
And neither have I. So with that, then we will go ahead and go into closed session. See everyone on the other side.
Having an affair? No. Anyone being pressured to vote a particular way? Nothing about voting.
Hi, good evening, Dani. Can you hear me? This is a mic check.
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you clearly.
Awesome. Thank you.
You're welcome. We have a telephone participant ending in 8684. Your microphone is on.
It's me, your ghost, just Daniel. Just letting you know I'm on.
Perfect. Thank you, Daniel.
Thank you.
Good evening, and thank you for joining the Washington Unified School District Virtual School Board meeting for December 10th, 2020. The Board of Trustees is currently in closed session. For our members of the general public that would like to make a public comment tonight, if you're joining us via the live webinar, you have a couple options available to you. You can click on the Q&A feature down on your webinar controls menu. From there, you can type in your name and the item that you would like to speak on, and I will respond to you letting you know that the request has been received, and we will turn on your microphone when the time comes. Additionally, if you are joining us via telephone, you can press *9 to raise your hand. At that point, I will turn on your microphone, and you can give me your full name and the item that you would like to speak on. Thank you.
Okay.
Close my door. All right. Okay, we will reconvene our open session. Start off with roll call. Vice President Pizzati. You're muted again, dude.
Oh, sorry. Here. Sorry.
Clerk Kirby Gonzales.
Here.
Trustee Wong.
Present.
And I too am here present. All right. Announcement of action taken in closed session. E1 Government Code Section 54957 Public Employee Discipline Dismissal Release. Information received and direction given. E2 Government Code Section 54956.9D2 Pending or potential litigation. Information received and direction given. All right. So do we have a motion to approve tonight's, first of all, are there any changes to tonight's agenda? Vice President Pizzati.
Yeah, I would just like to swap K3 and K2. So CSEA reports go before WSTA. We talked about that previously.
Yep, we sure did. Can alternate them out. Got that. Any other changes to tonight's agenda? No. Other than the swapping of K2 and K3. All right. With that, do we have a motion to approve tonight's agenda?
I move with
By
changes.
Trustee Wong with changes. We have a second. Second by Vice President Pizzati. Obviously, still virtual, so everything's roll call. Trustee Wong.
Aye.
Clerk Kirby Gonzales.
Aye.
Vice President Pizzati.
Aye.
I too vote aye. Tonight's agenda is approved with the swapping of K2 and K3. All right. J, communications and celebrations. Wow, I haven't had these in a while. J1, celebration of 3 River City High School athletes. Allison Ainsworth, Lindsay DeWitt, Claudia Media, Matt Powell, athletic director, and Principal Billingsley. You guys are up.
Hey guys, how you doing? Matt Powell here. You missed one too. We had a fourth one, Hannah Wheeler. She signed to play soccer at Green Bay in Wisconsin as well. So we have 4 athletes like you named. Lindsay and Allie are both going to Monterey Bay, and Claudia is going to Utah State. So we have water polo, soccer, and softball. Also, if you guys want to check it out, we do have some pictures from their signings on our website. So if you go to the River City Athletics website, they'll have some cool like slideshow pictures of them signing and where they're going.
That is awesome. All right.
Yeah. Thank you for doing that. Yeah, congratulations. I know that was the signing day thing was a little bit different with COVID, but welcome, Matthew. I know you're a Giants fan, but that's okay by me. So, great job on doing that. I got a lot of feedback from the parents who were able to participate, and I know that we talk about every single year. Signing day is a big thing for a lot of the athletes. So appreciate you all making that happen in a very safe way.
Yes, thank you. And we're supposed to have another one in February, so hopefully we'll have some more kids, and maybe we'll get closer to being able to do a bigger celebration.
Yeah. Now, how? I should probably ask my wife this. She would probably know better than anybody since she's a college coach. But have many of the signing dates been pushed back this year because of COVID? So the fact that we have these 4, I think is pretty amazing, and is a tremendous compliment to these ladies that they're, even in the time of COVID, that they were still able to sign letters of intent to their respective schools. So that's a huge accomplishment. So congratulations, ladies. But I'm just kind of curious. I know normally we would have had the football early signing date would have been taking place around this time too. And I know that did not happen or has not happened.
Yeah, there's two main signing days, that one being November 10th and the other one February 3rd. I would say it's just coming down to what colleges are, what they're allowed to do when it comes to their rosters. I know that a few this class plus the last class of seniors were granted another year of eligibility.
Mm-hmm.
And seniors are being granted a year of eligibility. So it's really just going to come down to what their funding is and how many scholarships they're going to be allowed to hand out. I think that's having more of an effect on signings than just holding off and saying, hey, we can't show it off yet, or do it at a different time. I think it's just going to come down to, you're going to have a lot of high school and college athletes trying to play all at the same time, and that's it's going to be pretty interesting for the next few years.
Yeah, I think so too. Well, that's either way. That's a tremendous accomplishment for these athletes, and I remember those days from when I was in high school. Not that I signed anywhere, but
Right. Who's going to Utah State? Who's going to Utah State and playing in the WAC? That's the WAC, right? Or is it Mountain West?
I think Utah State, I believe, is Mountain West.
Mountain West.
Yeah.
But Claudia is. She's playing softball.
Claudia's.
Mm-hmm. Great. So thank you again. Yeah, we appreciate all the celebrations. I feel like I've known, several of these young ladies since they were in elementary schools, and they're not just athletes. I mean, that's the definition of student athlete. I know that they were involved in student government and a number of other things, just all around well-rounded students. And we know that athletics plays a key role in that. So really, really appreciate you acknowledging that. So thank you for the parents who are out there who are watching this. So thank you for being there by their side and getting them involved with everything. So.
Yep. Fantastic. All right. Thanks so much. Appreciate that very much. All right. Student and association reports, or student board member report, Madison Langford.
President Jackson, unfortunately,
yes, sir.
Madison had a last-second conflict arise just a couple hours ago, so she had to cancel her appearance tonight at the board meeting.
Okay. That's fine. And we can go ahead and move on to CSEA. Daniel, I see you're on the phone.
Yes. Good evening. Good evening, Superintendent Luna, Board President Jackson, trustees, and cabinet. I'd like to start this evening by thanking Superintendent Luna on her 5 years of service here at Washington Unified School District. When Superintendent Luna came, CSEA and administration didn't really have a really good relationship. And as soon as Linda stepped in, we worked on it. She was always an open ear to CSEA. We had an open door policy. She took the time to listen to classified members and meet with classified departments and work and resolve issues. So I want to thank her. I know me and my first vice president, Jeff Haggerty, we've had bi-weekly superintendent meetings with her. And we really appreciate what she has done for classified. I know a lot of classified don't understand how much she has done for us at Washington Unified, but working so closely with superintendent and HR, we've made great strides, and I look forward to continuing that with the new superintendent. So I would just like to thank Linda. I want to thank you for everything you have done for classified, and I wish you the best in retirement. And then the next person is Karen Friedland. She is also retiring. She is currently the storekeeper here at Washington Unified School District. She has been an employee for 30 and a half years, and she's held multiple roles in CSEA's organization, from being a treasurer on executive boards, and not just my executive board before me, to holding positions as someone on the organization, as a political activist. I just want to also thank her. She's also retiring at the end of the year. And I just want to thank her for all her service she has done for Washington Unified and for CSEA and classified staff. So I want to thank you, Karen, as well. I hope you enjoy your retirement as well. The next thing I want to speak on is we are currently amending the return to work MOU with a few changes up to present time with this whole COVID pandemic, and it's going smoothly. We are, I would say, we're about 99.5% there. So we're really close. We should be finishing this up today, tomorrow. So we're working on that to TA it. And then I see there's also the district's initial proposal. So I want to thank them for getting that initial proposal, and we look forward to negotiations coming up. I know some people don't look forward to it, but I look forward to it. Also, I want to thank the board members who ran. I want to thank Kobe and congratulate Kobe. I want to congratulate Al. I also want to congratulate Norma Gonzales on her win for the city position. So I want to thank all you guys also. And with that, you guys have
Don't forget Jackie.
Jackie too. That's right, Jackie. I want to thank you too. With that, you guys have a Merry Christmas and a good holiday, and you guys stay safe. Thank you, you guys.
All right. Thank you, Daniel. All right. WSTA.
Wow. So I just realized the pressure after following somebody. It's different. He had a lot of really important things that I had not planned to talk about, but I will. First of all,
me. You endorsed me.
Yeah. First of all, I would like to congratulate Jackie first, Daniel. But I also want to congratulate Kobe and Norma. Running a campaign in a season where we're also dealing with the biggest public health disaster in United States history. I did not envy you, but I thought you all ran very good campaigns, and I'm glad that we get to continue working with you all. I also wanted to take a moment tonight to give my appreciation to Miss Linda Luna also. I had a conversation with Linda earlier. It wasn't a long conversation, it was brief, but I expressed in that conversation something that I'd like to express here, and that is that it is in a public institution, it is a blessing to be able to have candid human conversations with another individual that may not always be on the same page as you in what the motivations are, but has the same goal as you as the outcome. And my conversations with Linda, although brief, because I've only been here for this year, which actually feels like 10 years right now, but my conversations with Linda have always been candid and forthright, and we've always told each other when we have a problem with something that happened on the other side or the other person, but we can also talk about our families and our kids. And I think that is always the stepping stone to good relationships and change. So I wish Linda the best. She made the mistake today of giving me her personal cell phone number. And I will be calling her to seek advice, but I just want to say congratulations and enjoy those wonderful grandbabies and enjoy your retirement, and don't get too bored. So on some other notes here, I just decided to talk extemporaneously tonight because I didn't have a lot to say actually. I did want to acknowledge, I started to think about it today. There are so many different working groups that we are in coordination with the district, where communication between WSTA and the district has been really good, and it's been significantly more than this year than in the past. So I want to acknowledge that we've had a good relationship with employee relations. We've had a bi-monthly COVID check-ins with bargaining and Stan and Norma, which has been tremendously helpful. We had a great meeting last week. Also, The check-ins with Ed Services in regards to learning loss have been building this year, and really appreciate that, getting to give the feedback of our members. This year we really started, WSTA and some board members have started being able to meet virtually one-on-one and have good conversations. So the only person I haven't really gotten to chat with this year is President Jackson, and now it doesn't look like we're going to get to have that chance to chat, but maybe we can chat still, and I can tell you how the Giants are so much better than the A's. I'm
a Dodger fan.
Whoa, dude. Whoa.
Well, you know what? Then maybe we can talk about. We'll just. You know what? I don't think I can go there with the Dodgers. Maybe we won't talk. just kidding. Also, I just wanted to say that with our new addition in HR, I've had really good communications with Ms. Rasky on the COVID numbers and the COVID updates. She's prompt, and I just wanted to acknowledge that. So I wanted to acknowledge the vast majority of areas where communication has really been great between our associations. I also wanted to address some concerns that I think that both WSTA and WUSD could improve on. And that's on communicating with our members and the community. Unfortunately, right now, things are changing so rapidly, it's really difficult to do so. But I know both with the decision to delay the small group cohort rollout with the SDC groups, and with this week's shutting down Insight instruction, the members were kind of taken by surprise. I want to take a step back, though, and I want to say thank you so much for making those decisions. Those decisions were definitely in the best interest of our members and in the best interest of the community at large, and they were tough decisions to make. I am hoping that we can find a way to kind of project where we think things are going in the future, though. I think a lot of our members, particularly this last Monday, were really shocked, or last Saturday, when they had to pack up and be out by Tuesday. And I think part of that is because they didn't have a pulse on the numbers for what's going on with COVID in the district, right? I know because I get those updates from Jenna, but our members don't know that we do have some widespread issues with COVID-19 in our district. And so I was excited when my conversation with Linda today. I was excited to hear that it sounds like Yorgos is going to be talking about some things that we can do to improve communication on our website to become more clear. I've been kind of in awe of Natomas Unified's COVID-19 dashboard, and it sounds like we might be heading somewhere in that direction. I think that would serve two purposes. First of all, it would communicate to our members what's going on so they're not surprised and they can be prepared, and it would communicate that to families. It would also help our district, WSD, communicate to our community members why these decisions are being made, that our cabinet and our school board and our superintendent, they're not pulling back because we don't want to serve our students. In fact, we're doing everything we can to possibly find a way to serve our students. I think if the community knew that we have been having issues with COVID at sites, I think it would make that messaging much easier. So I was glad to hear about that. I just want to end by saying, again, these are little knick-knacky things that I think we can work on together. But I really think we're really getting steam under us with communication, and I just really appreciate how Norma, Stan, Matt have been reaching out to both the bargaining chair and myself. We've been able to communicate ahead of time. It seems like it's improving things. So thank you very much. I know, once again, I said I was going to be short, and there I went. I just went and went and went. So I'm sorry. Go Giants. Dodgers stink. That's the end of my statement.
All right. We can agree to disagree. All right. Thank you for that. Okay. Public comments. Members of the public may address the board on topics that are under the jurisdiction of the board and are not on the agenda, although the board by law may not take action at this meeting. The board may limit the total time for public input on any topic to 20 minutes unless it chooses to waive the item limit for a particular item. The board respects the rights of members of the public to speak to us regarding matters on the agenda and other matters within the jurisdiction of the board. However, It is important for members of the public to recognize that comments regarding students other than the speaker's own children made during a public board meeting may be legally actionable as a violation of student privacy. Public comments consisting of individual charges, complaints, or derogatory remarks about any district employee are requested to be submitted in writing to the administration in accordance with the district's complaint procedure. Furthermore, it is important for the public to understand that negative or derogatory comments made against district employees or others, even those made in a public board meeting, may be actionable civil defamation. And I believe we have one general public comment for this evening.
President Jackson, we actually had a second one come in just as you were speaking. Our first participant is Dani Langford. Dani Langford, your microphone is on and you may begin.
Can you guys hear me? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
I'm a little surprised we aren't swearing in the new board member tonight. When will that be done? It's always been done at this meeting in the past, so I was curious. Is that what the agenda item R is? Is the board reorganization meeting? Also, on agenda item Q.5, it's incorrect in the date of Norma's being sworn in her new city council position, as it says it was done Monday, yet I watched it last night live. I'm also confused why it seems there's always so many errors in your agendas. Maybe someone should do a little better job proofreading, just saying. One thing that has continually bothered me in how it's been handled, because I feel it's incorrect, is when the public comments are put in to speak on items on the consent agenda, and yet you pass that agenda item before we have a chance to speak on the item as we requested to speak on. I would hope that that would be handled better in the future and done correctly. Lastly, I'd like to say thank you to Mr. Preston Jackson for his service and time that he's spent on the board. Hope you will stay involved. Thank you.
All right, thank you for that.
All right, our next general public comment is from Tiffany McFadden. Tiffany, your microphone is on and you may begin.
Hi, Yorgos, thank you. I'm just going to keep it really short this evening. I actually wasn't super prepared because something got sent out the other day saying that the board meeting got moved to Tuesday the 15th, but I did want to make sure that I got on and thank you, Preston, for your time on the board and the job that you have done as president. It's been really great seeing you on the board, and I hope that to still see you involved with the community and with the district. It's going to be different not having you there, but thank you so much for your service on the board.
Is that it?
It
Why,
looks
thank
like,
you.
It looks
I-
like
I raised my hand and they let me talk again. I'm going to use public comment just to say, I know, I'm sorry, Preston. But I forgot to say one of the most important things, which was, Preston, thank you for your service as president. Seriously, I've just been in awe of your how steadfast you've been, and stoic at times when I didn't know how it was possible to be stoic. So thank you very much, sir. And I'm sorry, you are my afterthought as Jackie was Daniel's afterthought. There you go. Daniel, smack.
Oh, wow. Wow. I don't know what to say about that. I
I'm
think
a lot of
Daniel
people's
is about
afterthought.
to like come back.
All right. Well, okay. All right. Well, good. Thank you for that. Much appreciated. Oh, shoot. I will make one comment about that because I think is probably information that folks probably don't know. Members are sworn in because there is a certain time frame in which that is to take place. We are not in that time period right now, which is why newly elected members of the board are not being sworn in. There is a specific time window that is to be done, and that's why we are doing that on Tuesday and not this evening. All right. So we'll move on.
Can I add,
Yes.
President Jackson? I know it's a new law that had to be enacted last year, so I know that others were used to a different for decades. So I just want to point a clarification that the first time we did it was last year because of a change in the law. So just for the record, as it's being recorded and put out there on YouTube, which also means that this is technically not President Jackson's last board meeting. He will be partly available the next board meeting on the 15th. For those who may have missed a comment, Daniel.
All right. Now we get into the meat of the agenda. Information and discussion items. M1, return to school update, Superintendent Luna.
Thank you, President Jackson, Board of Trustees, staff, and guests. So this evening, we're going to be giving and tag teaming a return to school update. A lot has happened since our last meeting on November 12th, a lot. And so this evening, what we're going to do is first start, like we always have, with the data of the effects of COVID-19 at a larger scale of our county in yellow, our city. And then from previous discussions of the board, we have talked about creating our own dashboard for our own school district to see the intimate details of how COVID-19 has actually affected our school district. And so we have Yorgos Kazanis, our communications officer, who will be revealing the work that he himself has created. And when I say created, meaning it had to be a system, a program, operations, without purchasing anything. And so you'll be able to see for each board meeting now, updated information by school site for students and for staff. So that said, Yorgos, do you want to go ahead and continue the presentation?
Absolutely. Thank you for that introduction. Good evening, President Jackson, members of the board, and all of our members of the public that are joining us this evening. So we wanted to begin by just giving you a brief overview of the latest information as of yesterday. That's when we grabbed the latest metrics from the Yolo County dashboard for COVID-19. Really the biggest news, which shouldn't be news to anyone at this particular point in the week, is that as of December 9th, the Greater Sacramento region has triggered their metric to order the stay-at-home order, which is actually going into effect at midnight tonight. So our cases in the county are up to 5,639. 93 cases were reported just yesterday. And we have 5 new deaths as of yesterday, and our positivity rate is 21.24. And again, please keep in mind that this information has probably changed as of 5 o'clock today. The telling thing about this next graph, which is the positivity test rate, is that if you look really at the far left corner, that's essentially where we were on October 22nd, on the October 22nd board meeting, when we were all thinking that we were in a better place and moving in a better direction, and our plans were adjusting and moving towards something that was a little bit more pleasing and familiar to everyone in our school district and community. The positivity rate at that particular point in time was 5.81. And when we met again for the board meeting on November 12th, it had gone up to 12.66. And as of today, it's actually 21.24 again. So it's not any longer a steady uptick. It's a trend in significantly the wrong direction, unfortunately. And that's why a lot of our plans throughout the district are adjusting. But this graph more or less speaks for itself. Next, we wanted to show you just a glimpse of the hospitalization rate. With most of these metrics, the easy explanation is that everything is moving upward. You know, we can't really control much of this in our own district in terms of providing that metric. We do keep track of these numbers, but the important thing to keep in mind too, in specific to West Sacramento, is that that hospitalized rate doesn't really change the actual percentage rate. What we do have is that one number that you see in terms of the 92 changing, and that's the only thing that we can grab from the dashboard at this point. Next, we wanted to showcase again the changes in the notes, particularly in the age groups that we provide services to in our school district, 0 to 17 and 18 to 24. And again, things are going up. And lastly, in terms of the Yolo County dashboard, this graph again just shows the uptick in the cases by episode date as they're identified when they come into the county for reporting. The other caveat to keep in mind with this particular graph is that even though certain numbers might be reported on the dashboard today, they are actually being backdated to their date of episode. So that's why you see such a short little bar on the far bottom right. It's probably going to be another day or two until that particular bar on the graph is adjusted to more accurately reflect the data for that particular day. So with that, we wanted to showcase to you some of the work that we've been doing in Washington Unified to provide our families, the board, our staff, everyone in our community with essentially the most up-to-date information regarding metrics that are specific to Washington Unified School District. So that's essentially the point of interest. Ever since the county came out with their dashboard, we really wanted to see how it was applicable to our own schools. And then eventually, as things went on and we knew a little bit more about COVID-19 and how to measure it and how to track it, we had more data specific to West Sacramento. And now as time goes on, and we've been having more and more employees working on our campuses, more and more students attending learning centers, daycares, and more staff just back in our facilities, we've been able to track a little bit more accurately the information that's really dictating this flow. So with that, we will showcase to you in just a few seconds the dashboard. It's not public yet. This is a working draft. But we wanted to take a lot of the points of interest that you yourselves have expressed in terms of wanting to see what kind of metrics are actually applicable to our district. The plan is to actually have this ongoing be updated on a weekly basis on Wednesdays at 5 o'clock. And we wanted to also highlight that our total student population during non-COVID times is 7,551 students, and our staff population is approximately 788. But during this particular time, since the start of August, or since the start of school on August 19th, we've only had 357 students around its peak time actually on our campuses across the entire district. And that's really a combination of learning centers, daycares, in-person assessments. I think the only thing that's not reflected in that number is the small number of students that participated in the athletic cohorts for conditioning. Additionally, the staff that's been on site during this time since the start of the new school year on August 19th has been approximately 318. And again, that's the high number. These numbers vary weekly, sometimes daily, just based on the individual's schedule for working remotely or staggered schedules, which is exactly what we're encountering at this particular point in time. So bear with me for a moment as I shift out of the presentation, and I will show you just on the back end what the data looks like that we are collecting. So this particular Google Sheet is broken down into 4 tabs down below. March 16th through 18th is the first chunk of time that we've been measuring. August 19th through October 22. And really that was meant to capture the start of the school year until the October 22 board meeting, which was the first time that we actually showcased a lot of data specific to Washington Unified in our schools. The next point in time was October 22 to November 12, which again is that gap from board meeting to board meeting when we showcase those metrics again. And then November 13th to December 9, following that same pattern. So right now, what you're looking at is essentially a series of baseline data for us to start working with a dashboard. Moving forward from this particular point in time, as I mentioned previously, we're hoping to make this a weekly update on Wednesdays. The idea behind it being on Wednesdays is that we can harness the most accurate information and then present it to you and our public and staff on Thursdays, the week of a board meeting. So right now, this particular information, this is how we're collecting it. These are the core categories in terms of students and staff. You really have those 2 cohorts there. And then we're breaking it down by students on site, student positive cases, student exposures and quarantines, and then student hospitalizations. And then you have the same 4 categories for staff specifically. So at this point, we're able to take this numerical data and input it into this particular visual dashboard. And again, keep in mind, this does not live anywhere on our website yet. This is a working draft. Some of the information is updating. It's organic in the sense that it's changing all the time. So we wanted to basically have an interactive graph at the top. It's a stacked bar chart. So essentially, if you were looking at Elkhorn Village, as I'm scrolling over with my cursor now, you could see the difference in staff to student positive cases per site. And then at the far right, you have a bar that's totals. And then you also have them highlighted here in the big boxes for everyone to see very clearly. But we broke this down by all of our school sites. Included in there is the maintenance, operations, transportation, and facilities departments, and then our district office as well. And those were really the key areas where we have a lot of employees working throughout this period in time. In this middle section of the dashboard, we wanted to showcase the difference between what's going on at the Yolo County level, county-wide. Specifically, we wanted to also showcase what's happening in our own community in West Sacramento, and then kind of how it compares to our schools and what is actually applicable to our schools in terms of some of these big peaks and valleys that we see with the data and the trends out there. So this information that you see from Yolo County is just as of yesterday. It's essentially the same data that we showcased briefly in the previous slides on the presentation. It's just here in simple numerical format for all to see. And these 5 categories are essentially the big 5 categories on the dashboard as they exist right now by Yolo County. Over to the right is a kind of a combination of 2 pieces of reporting. So the first is taking the total cases and the hospitalizations from the county office dashboard. The bottom 3 boxes, the total tested, the total deaths, and the 14-day test positivity rate for West Sacramento, that's actually directly from the Yolo County COVID operations response team. They provide a more detailed report based off of our local testing center at the Ellicott Health Center here in West Sacramento. And they share that with members of the Emergency Operations Command Team in West Sacramento, which I'm part of. So I receive those reports. I'm able to see those Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays, and that's essentially where I grab that information so that then we can see those 3 levels of county-wide, city-wide, and then district-wide. In the middle, and just the about this dashboard section, it's really the same figures that I just shared with you previously. The only thing that you'll see that's been updated here, and I'm highlighting, is the 607. That actually incorporates 250 students that were approved to participate at River City High School's small cohorts of athletic conditioning. And that's a combination of the number that you saw on the previous slide. So I apologize for that not being up to date on the previous slide. Down below is essentially the Google sheet that you saw previously, where we're really using as our working document with other members of the human resources staff and the student and the family support services staff to collect all this information, to track it, and then put it into a format that is easily identifiable for any member of our community to see what's going on in our school district. So it really does take all of our sites and it breaks down those categories in easy to see format, and you have all the totals listed below as well. Now the idea with this too, I'm hoping you can see me mimicking my screen right now. Over on the left-hand side of our dashboard where the stacked 3 lines are, we're hoping to have that be an expandable menu. And you can see all the date ranges of the individual Google Sheets that I shared previously with you. And from there, we can start adding in each new week of information as we update it and as we collaborate with all of our school sites, and have this be a running archive and a snapshot of our school district in comparison to our county and city on an ongoing basis. But essentially right now, this data and this dashboard is in its infancy. And we needed some information, so we had to backtrack and grab as much information as we could to essentially establish a baseline and get the ball rolling. But that's essentially where we are right now with the dashboard. It's pretty close to being complete and ready to being unveiled. We're just doing some final tweaks in terms of the data, how to collect it, and creating an accurate workflow that can actually feed the dashboard. So we want to have a clean method of collecting the data, aggregating it, and then from there we can sync it to the visual aid that we have created. And that'll be what lives on our website for all to see and manipulate at that point so they can find the data that they want. So with that, that is our progress on the dashboard.
Okay. Questions, trustees? Trustee Wong.
President Jackson, did
Yes.
you want to take questions before the presentation was over?
Oh, my bad. The presentation was over.
Yeah, no, that's okay. Or did you want to maybe take questions specifically for the new dashboard?
For the dashboard.
Okay, sounds good.
Questions for the dashboard, nothing else, just the dashboard. Because I think it looks awesome, by the way. You're muted, Jackie. We can't hear you.
Thank you.
Yorgos
push your button.
Yeah, I did. I'm sorry. Yorgos gave me a fancy mic that I mute 3-4 times because sometimes I say things, and so I had to like extra censoring. So thank you for that. Just thank you to the team and Yorgos for putting it together. I just have one question. I love the idea of the historical metrics. I am wondering whether or not you guys would also include some sort of graph to see if it goes up and down over the same period, right? That's something people might want to see. Yeah,
absolutely. I'm happy to take note of that and play around with the options that we have. And as we collect more data and actually have more archives, that's when we can actually apply it to a graph and it'll make sense. Right now, we're like I said, it's really in its infancy. And sometimes there just isn't enough data to feed that system right now. But
right now it's only 4 data points. So but fabulous job. So appreciate that. I know that we've all looked at different dashboards and we've been waiting on this. And I just want to commend you on creating transparency at our level, the whole team. So
yeah, I think that's awesome. Because I know
and you're on mute now, Preston.
I hate this computer. It's different because for me, because when we hear, a lot of times we hear the numbers about what's taking place in the county. And I think it's easy to get caught up into those numbers and think automatically that those numbers automatically transfer over to the city and then even specifically to Washington Unified. And so it's good. I think this is an awesome resource to have because as things progress and maybe even get hopefully not getting much worse or get better, we can kind of track our progress, how we are in our niche of our community and, be able to better, diagnose our course versus just taking a broader look at what the county as a whole is doing. So I think this is going to be great. Thank you for that. Vice President Posadi, anything? Yeah,
thank you. And I do appreciate all the work that you've put in on this. It's going to be very helpful for us, because when we look at the Yolo County dashboard, it's a great snapshot overall for Yolo County. You can get some information for West Sacramento, but it's minimal. It really is. This is certainly going to help us, look at what are the impacts of our little area. Okay, and then one thing that I would just recommend is that once we get this to final approval, and you get it to send out, let's make this far and wide. And even if we can partner with the city to get them to share it as well, because it does incorporate all of the city. And, because our district does incorporate virtually every last inch of the city. So, if we can, do as much as we can to partner with both, the city as well as us to share this information, make sure everybody knows what we're looking at, so it'll definitely help them when we make these difficult decisions that we have to make coming up.
Norma Gonzales.
Thank you. This is so comprehensive and very appreciative, and I feel like you covered every piece of information that people are looking for. My suggestion, or maybe it's there and I missed the way it was, would be that it makes it clear that these are active quarantines, and then maybe it moves off or looks different later, because I think from an organizational standpoint, seeing how many places there are active quarantines as well as positive cases, that really shows from an organizational standpoint how daunting and challenging sometimes this task is. I think that that's important to show it's not quarantined over time. It's active, so maybe just that word would help as we put it there. And then I heard the comment final approval, but you don't need our approval to put this in, correct? This will be going live with, you don't need us.
The idea initially was to actually put all of our ideas together into a model, present it to you, and get additional feedback, just like you're giving me now. Then we can go back to the drawing board, make some final tweaks, and then we'll find a date to actually unveil it to the community in the very near
future. Yeah, I don't want to be hung up on, us, if, depending on what our meetings look like. I think it looks, it has a lot of good information that can get out, and other districts have made tweaks along the way. If they see something down the road in a month that you think is different, that can be put in there. And then I just wanted to do a shout out for testing. I think when we talk with the city, also making sure that they're sharing the testing sites that we have through the county and others. And then our own school district, for those that don't know, has offered testing for staff. And that's been really, really, I think, incredible. And many places are not doing that. And I made sure I wasn't taking anybody's slot, but I did do it just to share, with others that it was not invasive. I had my results that night. It was wonderful. You come in, you're by yourself, you feel very safe, have your test taken by a professional, and then the results are coming in. So I really want to commend the district for doing that. And I want to thank you, Yorgos, for not just this dashboard, but all of your communication throughout this entire time has been tireless, I know, and it is very much appreciative. And thank you for all of your work.
Thank you for that.
Yeah, and it's been a few weeks since I've seen you, Yorgos. Have you joined the Bald Brotherhood?
In the spirit of COVID times, I'm also giving myself COVID haircuts. So it's either all on or all off these days.
Looking good, brother, looking good. Welcome to the fold.
I apologize for the feed too, if I'm a little hazy. I did want to add too that we are working on a couple other elements. One would be a cumulative tally from the very first start date of March 16th. That way we can have a running tally, but then also actually aggregate it out by specific time frame updates. And that's the other thing, is when we actually post this to the website, we're planning on having a series of FAQs and definitions of what certain data fields actually mean, specifically clarifying the active quarantine, what it actually means to actually test positive, and all those kind of things as well. So, and there's a lot that goes into it. I mean, there's a lot of gray area as well with reporting these numbers and figuring out what's applicable, but I think we're moving in the right direction. So thank you for the feedback.
All right. Superintendent Luna. Back to you.
Thank you. Well, we'll go ahead and complete the rest of the presentation. There's a few more slides left, just so that we update the board about some work that we've been working on in the past month. So as you know, we are still committed to a very phased-in approach, and we had a hiccup. I've taken out the slide since we started in March and April. We had a little roadmap, and in that roadmap, there were lots of turns that that was going to occur on the journey. And we did take a turn right after the Thanksgiving break, and I'll talk a little bit more about that. But nevertheless, we do have our plan, and that is, our next big step is to ensure that we bring small cohorts of in-person instruction onto our campuses. So let's take a look at what happened after particularly the Thanksgiving holiday. First, I want to give a shout out to our certificated and classified staff and the support staff in the Special Services Department, who were preparing really hard to return and receive our students back. for small group instruction during the week of November 30th. And what I mean by that is the staff who teach our students who are identified in our special day classes and our Opportunity Academy, and all the support staff that support those services entered into a transition period, and it was very, very smooth, where the staff acclimated themselves back to campus full time. They went through trainings, through preparations to receive students. And those trainings have to do with traffic flow of a campus. It has to do with all the guidelines and the safety precautions and making sure that they had anything and everything they needed for students to return. We even did student orientation during the week of November 16th through the 20th, where the teaching staff welcomed their students one at a time so that the students could see their classroom and see their teachers. Unfortunately, over the weekend, the Thanksgiving holiday weekend, we received numerous reports of staff being directly exposed to family members or their community members directly with identified with COVID-19. And with those reports over that weekend and on Monday morning, November 30th, we had to make the very difficult decision to postpone our students in our special day classes and Opportunity Academy from returning. You saw a little bit on the dashboard that Yorgos had created. And if you take a look specifically from November 12th to today, you will see quite a rise of cases of quarantine and quite a few cases of positive results of COVID-19. Let's go ahead and go to the next slide and take a look at some things of why did we choose to postpone. We did, again, see an increase of positive cases and quarantine periods. We are learning through this pandemic really what quarantine periods mean to our organization. In following the guidelines of 14 days of quarantine from direct exposure or having a family member with COVID-19 in your household, the quarantine process has taken a toll, particularly in the district office. And that said, while it may be easy to say we will work remotely, it's not quite that simple. We have systems, we have confidential systems, we have different programs that we use through the district office. And so it's not quite that easy to say pack up and go and work remotely, especially when so many adults needed to live the quarantine period. It wasn't just at the district office. We had cases that were rising up in the week of November 30th from school sites as well. So it was across our district. In addition, Yolo County also provided caution that things were not looking better. They also took steps to be ahead of the governor's restrictions, knowing that it would be coming. It was just a matter of when, where Yolo County put in more restrictions before the governor, and one particularly of working remotely, if at all possible, was taken into consideration. So I just wanted to answer maybe some questions that we've been hearing. So on this next slide, we've been hearing questions about why do we keep our learning centers open? Well, I just want to go back and revisit this about the purpose of our learning centers. The purpose of our learning centers is really about serving our students and providing an environment for our students who need an environment to learn. Now, we have students in our learning centers which have grown since our first day of school. We have students that have been identified as homeless, foster youth. We have families in there because their single parent has had to return to work and there's nobody at home to supervise them, and they are our students. We have students who have been without internet in their homes. Therefore, the Learning Center provides the equitable access for all students to engage in their daily learning and lessons. We also have provided learning centers for students who need a more safe or an environment that's more conducive for learning. And we also want to remind everybody that learning centers are not considered in-person instruction. Our students are being taught from all their classroom teachers, and they are supervised not by their classroom teachers. They are supervised by other staff. Just another point on the next slide regarding our learning centers. We have 191 students total and 42 adults spread out on 9 campuses. Following all of the state guidelines, they are in a very confined cohort. They have been since the first day of school of August 19th. They have no more than 16 people in the cohort, meaning there's no more than 16 children and adults combined. They are physically distanced, and we do require face masks. We have put in an additional precautionary measure of providing face shields for the supervisors who oversee our learning centers. We're asking if they are comfortable wearing the face shield to also wear their face mask underneath that. We are also we have provided our students with the trifold so that the students have their computer and are even enclosed even more with plastic around them. And those are also cleaned each evening from our custodial crew. Another question that has come up is why did the district restrict work on location? We heard WSTA President Knapp talk about some of his teachers. Some of our teachers were a little bit taken back when they were told that we need to pack what we need for teaching, and we requested that they work remotely while we go through all these quarantining periods. We're following our state and county guidelines. In other words, when we have so many increased cases, positive cases of COVID-19, and so many exposures where the quarantine process has to take its place, the state and the county have asked all organizations to work remotely whenever possible. So what we've done is just that. However, we are also addressing that by staggering work schedules as much as possible as well, so that one department does not get affected for the entire department to quarantine. We're asking departments to stagger their schedules in half. On our next slide, we have also heard questions about what is going on with the technology. We know that last week was a tough week of technology. And so in finding out really what was the issue on the technology, it's about the capacity of our district's network. And what that means is with the increase of the amount of users, not just in our district, but also across the city, but also the web filter of our Chromebooks, all of those have affected our district's network. In addition, the core hardware of our district does process all of our student devices. Now, our core hardware is aged. It is aged, and there's only so many times that you can fix or band-aid hardware or systems. And at this point, because we have so many new devices now that are being distributed throughout this past week, through this week and next week, we are seeing that we were having very difficult time in processing the amount of student devices filtering during the instructional time. So our short-term solution, kudos to our technology department who worked on this over the weekend to come in and reconfigure the system so that it could at least be a short-time fix. The long-term fix right now is about replacing the hardware, which we are in process for doing through the E-rate program, which will be helping us in terms of costs, because under the E-rate program and the makeup of our district, 70 to 80% of the hardware will be paid out of federal dollars to support our district. So that's what's going on with our technology. Our technology director gave me a really good analogy. And basically what happened last week was it's trying to get an elephant to filter through a straw. That's exactly what happened with our district network. Again, kudos to our technology department for a short-term solution, and as they fervently go into the long-term solution with E-rate. Finally, because this is my last return to school update, here are my final recommendations as the district moves forward into returning students on campus. While we knew that there was going to be an increase of COVID-19 during the holidays, knowing and experiencing are two different things. We are experiencing what it truly meant to have increases of positive cases and living what quarantine periods really mean. We're at the highest level than we were in March. So it has really compounded. Now we do have systems in place. We have protocols in place. We have procedures in place. So we are better off today than where we were in March when the virus hit and nobody knew anything about it. The first is we have to continue with our virtual learning model until we start seeing decreases of these positive cases and exposures. And I know that's not an answer that everybody is wanting to hear. It's not quite so simple to bring our students onto campus when we are unable to control the exposure rate. And the exposure rate is not happening on our campuses or from our campuses. It is being brought in because we have families. We all have families. We have communities. We have circles that we live in. And there are times when COVID-19 is going to enter the circles of our own personal homes and our personal communities. Secondly, we will continue with our essential services. We're an educational institution. We are a public service. And while it is a difficult decision and understanding why we keep our learning centers and daycare open, in the bigger picture, it's really about the 191 students of what would happen to them if we did not have our learning centers. What would happen to them for their instruction, for their ability to engage in learning without our learning centers. Thirdly, my recommendation is we stay committed to the phase-in approach. Now, January, we'll be following a 2-week winter break. While we cannot control what everybody does on the winter break, nor should we, there are things that can be done in a slow phase-in process, such as returning to in-person assessments. Those are one-on-one assessments, such as transitioning to bring the students back in our special day classes and opportunity classes. We're ready for it. It's just we have to, in the environment itself of COVID-19, we need to make it happen at the right time. Thirdly, in the phase-in approach, my recommendation is to truly address the learning loss that is occurring through virtual learning and through the closure from last spring, and that is start with intervention small groups. One of the things that my teacher colleagues are saying, not just in Washington Unified, but across other school districts, is it's not just about, we want to see our kids back. The frustration of our educators is that we know who our students are that need the extra support, that need the face-to-face time, that need the intervention. And it might be a handful of kids, but to not see those handful of kids for a longer period of time is what the frustration is of our educators. So start there to address the learning loss. Start there because you will be addressing not just learning loss, but also language development in our emergent English learners. Lastly, the projection of a hybrid learning model. This has been a roller coaster ride. But I will reiterate that not just our staff, but our community members, our parents, have been a part of inputting into what this hybrid learning model looks like, into the schedules. We are ready. We just need to make sure it's the right time and be prudent about that for the health and safety of our staff, of our students, of our families, and our community at large in West Sacramento. So that's our presentation this evening. And at this time, President Jackson, if the board has any questions, we're certainly available to answer.
Great. I know we do have one public comment on this item.
Correct, President Jackson. We have one public comment request from Tiffany McFadden. Tiffany, your microphone is on and you may begin.
Hello. Again, welcome to the board or thank you to the board and the cabinet for allowing me time to speak. I just want to say I really do not envy the decisions you guys are having to make, especially in this time. I think we all expected spikes after the Thanksgiving holiday. But again, as somebody said during the presentation, you expect them, but then living them are different. And I fear that it's going to be even worse after the Christmas break. And I was just curious. I know several parents and people in the community and even teachers that I've spoken with have said that at this point they feel like we may not get back even to a hybrid model this school year, just because the numbers are so out of control. And even though I agree that we need to stay the course with, excuse me, with the phase-in model, if the numbers allow, I was just wondering if there had been any talk or consideration of the option that might not happen, and at what point, how far into the school year do we let this go and still say we're going to try to do a phase-in model before there's maybe no choice but to just say what's best is to just finish out the year and then come back strong next year. Again, I do not envy you guys having to make that decision at all. I was just curious if that was something that had been discussed or considered. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Trustees, any comments? Start with Clerk Norma Gonzales.
Still spinning in here. Okay. Well, I think the most important point that was made is that no matter what Washington Unified does, staff has worked hard. You all have worked hard to do everything right. We cannot control what is happening in the community. And you simply cannot run an organization when the community numbers are as they are. And I'm living this world where there's no substitutes. There's no, what do you do when you're quarantining classes? And so this is just one more call to action for our community to help us and make sure that you are following the procedures and the health guidelines. And you have 2 weeks until, you know, the big holiday, if you're going to see family, to quarantine yourself if you can, and make sure you're wearing masks and being as safe as possible, because your actions impact all of us if you are not. And I think I want to reiterate what was said, which is teachers know exactly who they're worried about. They know exactly. We don't need a program to tell us or another test. Your teachers know who they're worried about, who they're concerned about. Report cards just came out. They've been doing assessments. And so as we move forward, making sure that they are at the table talking about what this phase in looks like, so that we're making sure that we continue each step phasing our priority students until we can all be back together, as of course we all want. So continuing those conversations, I think, with the educators who are teaching the kids that they're worried about. We talk about by name and by need, and that we have that list, we have those names, and that their names are being talked about as we move forward and look at where we're going, I think is really important for us. All right. Thank you for all the work. I wish we all had a magic wand.
All right. Vice President Posada.
Yeah, so thank you for this comprehensive report, Linda and Yorgos. I do really appreciate it. You know, I think I talked about it a long time ago, in that we were going to see a spike after Halloween. And we did. We saw a little bit, you know, and then Thanksgiving. Yep, there's another one. We still have Christmas and New Year's to go. And I know there's an order in place, a stay-at-home order in place throughout the Sacramento region. But it's Christmas, man. I swear to God, I do not think anybody's going to follow that. And I'm hoping they are. This is my PSA. Wash your hands, wear a mask, follow all the precautions, stay 6 feet apart, please. But I just don't see it happening. And with that said, that carries us all the way out with spikes going up, up, and up. That carries us out until February. That is a long time out before we start to see a decline. And I'm very worried about that. And then as that pertains to, you know, small group assessments or small group interventions, I'm worried that our stay-at-home order is going to be in place until then. You know, it just seems as though we are not going to get better unless the community in every region cooperates, and I don't know that that's going to happen. So my concern is that how do we make that you know, in-person, you know, small group assessment, or not a small group assessment, but in-person small group intervention happen when, you know, we're in a stay-at-home order. You know, I just can't see that happening. You know, maybe you can help me out on that, and then I'll follow up.
Yeah, I think when we look at our data of our learning centers and our daycares that have been in place for a very long period of time, we have been following the guidelines that we have in place for every single site. And the state has given us those guidelines of percentage of students or percentage of staff, and when it is time to shut down that particular classroom or program. And we have followed that. Our cases, and maybe that could be in your next update in January, is to disaggregate this data even more, to look at where exactly not where exactly, but are these cases of students in the learning centers? Are these cases of adults in the learning centers? Because if they are, then yes, I would caution and have concern with small group instruction. But I don't believe that's what our data says. Now, I'll say that openly, I don't believe, because I haven't drawn it out in that manner, but I think that would be worth. Listen to me, I'm already planning your next board meeting. I'm not even going to be here, but but I'm just saying that I think that that's important information in order to make well-informed decisions about bringing small groups of instruction back. Now, when we talk about small groups, look, our teachers know. our first grade teachers know, you know, even if you took your 3 students who could benefit from an hour 3 days a week, that is at least addressing strategically some intervention and some learning loss. Maybe it's 1 student. Maybe we start with 1 student. But I really, you know, for the work that we do, for what we are to do, we have to do everything possible to try to get students back on campus, to get help, to get the support that they need. And I really think that our learning centers are a great piece of information for the board to make those kinds of decisions. Don't start big, start small and phase in, whether it's a couple of students at a time. And that's why I recommended the one-on-one assessments right away to come back when, you know, we're still in the same presence right now on January 4th. I would not make that recommendation, but I'm on good, positive assumptions for Yolo County, for West Sacramento, that it could even out. But that's the data that, you know, why we keep talking about it at the board meetings, is to make these kinds of informed decisions. So that would be my word to you on that.
So and I do appreciate that. Thank you, Linda. Again, my fear is that learning loss. I mean, yeah, interventions have been happening since the start of the school year, yeah, for some. But I think there's learning loss going on still. Like, even though we're having instruction, we have interventions going on and we're still falling further and further behind. What I see, even if we were to be able to bring those kids on campus, we're not going to be able to make up that learning loss. This is not enough, is what I guess I'm kind of getting at, is that we're so far behind in terms of trying to catch up that intervention is not going to be enough to make us get to where we need to be. So,
well, that may be true. Before we make a statement that our students are so far behind, we should look at the data of where are they far behind, and by how much, and what percent of our students really are.
Sure.
The time does not equate to what can be remediated. So if we've lost 3 weeks of instruction, it doesn't mean that it will take 3 weeks of a small group instruction to intervene for whatever that skill or concept that is. So that would be the one thing I would say is, you know, you have to start somewhere. You have to.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
And starting the students will accelerate far more by the human connection of being with their teacher or a paraeducator or support staff for even just that hour. You will probably see the student accelerate far more than doing a few more weeks of intervention virtually with everything else going on around them. That I do believe.
No, and I agree with you on that. I certainly, my daughter does intervention, so I get to see it. And you know, it is helpful, it's beneficial, and it's working, but she's still considerably far behind where, you know, grade level standards are. So, you know, being that the case, I don't think that's abnormal. I think that's getting to be closer to normal in many cases, and that's the problem. And so I'm hoping we can find a way, you know, whatever means we have to address that, either it's more time or, you know, I'm looking for anything.
Well, my best guess is they need to be in front of their teacher. They need to get some normalcy back. that's how the acceleration and the remediation is going to really happen. It's not that they're not doing well virtually. It's not that. It's just different. It's just different. And the longing of our students to be connected to their adult is exponential. And so to put them together for that hour, I really believe that our students will really flourish from where they're at, and you'll see a real difference. I'm not talking about mass. I'm talking about individualized strategic time, so that that I think is easier to get off the ground than to talk about the whole hybrid approach while we're in the purple. So.
Is it my turn?
Yes, it is.
So Superintendent Luna, I appreciate us staying the course. Actually, it's one of the things I really appreciate about this governance team, that we are consistent in what we plan and what we say and how we do it. And so we keep on seeing the slides because we're committed to the plan. To be really, really clear, I think that Vice President Zada highlights something that I think I'm just going to put words to, and I'm not going to woman-splain it. I'm just going to, in my perspective, and I think we've always had this lens on equity, and the learning loss was there for our students with disabilities, our English language learners, and other subcategories of students, right? If you looked at the data before COVID, that has been exacerbated tremendously. I know Clerk Kirby Gonzalez and I will talk about CSBA and the things that we've learned there a little bit later. But that is problematic for a board who, for us, we were wanting to be champions. And I hope people understand that we are going slow, but we are targeting who we believe to be the highest needs students, disabled students, right? Students with disabilities first, right? I want to be clear about that. And versus just jumping to the hybrid model, we are slowly, but we are being extremely strategic about the who and the why, right? I think that is just a really good reminder, and thank you for always keeping us just staying the course with this. You know, I think that everybody understands it's a community responsibility to mitigate COVID-19. The dashboard that was briefly shown to us, I saw a lot of adult cases across campuses. So I'm just going to acknowledge that, right? And I'll share something publicly that I've shared with Superintendent Luna, is that the question is whether or not we believe education is really essential, right? Whether, you know, the Constitution says that we have an obligation to provide a free and appropriate public education, right? So we in the system, including the board members, are we doing our part to really be essential? Because I have family members who work in the healthcare system exposed every day, and they do certain things to ensure, because they know that they are essential. So the question becomes for our district, right, and the people operating the district, do we believe that we are essential? It's not a judgment call. The question is, are we truly essential and doing the things that we need to help ensure equity, right? It's just one of those questions, and not judgment. It's just, well, okay, we have this conversation at the state and federal level. Are we really essential? And so that's kind of what I wanted to say out the door. Equity and is why I ran. It's why I am still on this board, and I always lead from that space. Is that the learning loss is happening with certain subgroups of kids that breaks my heart. It's not why any of us got into education, right? So, but with that said, I thank you for explaining the straw and the elephant, because I wasn't sure if it was the elephant in the room or if it was something else. I think this is just the question of, I know we've had some technology issues. Do we have a timeline as to when we're going to get I know we received the first bulk of Chromebooks. I know everybody in the world wants a new Chromebook. Do we have an estimated date of kind of when will those procured Chromebooks will be coming to us?
All 4,600 new Chromebooks will be in the hands of students before winter break.
Okay, great. That's excellent. That's excellent. I know that that's really great news, and hopefully we will let folks know. And then are they in our possession now? The 4,600.
I believe so. We distributed, I believe, 1,400. It was either right after or right before Thanksgiving break. And so we've been receiving them in chunks. And I gotta shout out the tech department that, they have a lot of work to do in receiving them and then getting them distributed, and working with the administration who the administration as well have just been preparing even the Chromebooks and being a part of that whole process to ensure that they get prepared. My understanding is that all the Chromebooks in this brand new large purchase will be in the hands of the students who are identified for that by December 18th, which is our last day of school.
That's great. I mean, it's better so that they start off the new year strong and they have the updated technology. So I really, really do appreciate that technology, that update, because I know that we've been raising that question at every board meeting. So just for the record, I'm pleased that that's the 4,600 will be in the hands, right, of students soon.
Yes, and I just got an alert that a yikes. That, under our current circumstances with needing to work remote in our district office and staff needing to quarantine, I'm going to double check that timeline. We do have all the Chromebooks in our district. We are doing our Chromebook pickup. We've had to think about, is this the safest manner to do that in this purple tier right now? But let me make sure and give the board a date of when all 4,600 will be in the hands of kids. They are all in the district.
I appreciate that. That's it for me.
Okay, great. And I do, Jackie, I thank you for your comments too, because I think
you're on mute. President Jackson, you put yourself on mute.
Thank you. I hate this computer. But I want to thank you for your comments, because I think it's pretty easy for us to become very myopic in our views when we say, well, when we talk about learning loss, it's not something that's unique to our students. That's something that's happening to students all across the state, all across the country, all around the world right now. And I think we need to make sure that before we try to address the learning loss, one, we need to identify where is it taking place. We already know right off the bat where there are certain groups where that learning loss is taking place, where it's occurring. And then once we have that data, then we can go ahead, then we can start making more of a strategic plan. Because the one thing that we don't want to do is become haphazard and just saying, oh my gosh, kids have been out of school for the last 7 months. And so there's learning loss, but not really identifying what that loss is and developing a plan on how we should address that. Because regardless of what happens in the course of the next 2 months, the learning loss issue is not going to just disappear because we reopen schools. That's not going to happen. What's going to have to happen is there's going to have to be some sort of interventions in place that take place beyond the school year, beyond the traditional school year. And those are decisions that need to be made at a later date. I think right now the focus needs to be on, or should be on, like Superintendent Luna described, it's staying the course that we've already had laid out and how we're going to address getting our kids back onto campus. And then once we do that, then we can do more formal assessments and be able to start and being able to plot that plan out. And that's just smart. That's just smart leadership. It's being very strategic on how we tackle the problem and in which order. Because some areas will be a little bit easier. Some learning loss will be easier to overcome than others. And I think we need to be very strategic on how we do that. But a question specific to your presentation, Superintendent Luna, if you could, when going back to the elephant in the straw analogy, you mentioned something about the E-rate program. Can you tell us what is that?
In a nutshell, the E-rate program is when school districts are able to apply for these federal dollars the application and the award of this of these federal dollars is based on the makeup of the school district, the amount of free and reduced qualified students. And so that's why for Washington Unified, E-rate is a gift, because we have 69%, 69% of our students who qualify for free and reduced meals, some more than others at different schools, depending on the school. But nevertheless, what happens is whatever the project is in that application, and it's always infrastructure. So we can't go and buy new Chromebooks. It's about infrastructure that the federal government, based on our application, will pay for that amount that we qualify for. And then the district then only has to pay the 20 to 30% of the actual cost of the project. And so that's why E-rate is so very important to a school district, particularly a diverse school district with a diverse amount of needs.
Okay. Now this might be my next question is will probably be more appropriate for Mr. Briggs if he was here, but maybe you know the answer. But do we know what it would take to improve our district, the infrastructure in the district, our district network? And that's question number one. And then the follow-up to that is that something that we can use our current CARES funds, our COVID funds, to do, and not necessarily have to necessarily wait for the E-rate? Because you know, I know last week was a disaster for most of the district. I don't know how the heck my kids escaped that, but they sure did. I don't know what. Maybe it's because they were on their own personal Chromebooks. I don't know, but we had very little issues last week. The week before, different story. But we somehow avoided all that. But I'm curious as to if we know what would it take to improve our network? Are there steps and are there things that we can do right now with current COVID funds that we've already received to help improve that?
Yeah, we definitely can get the board that information, because I think Director Briggs is definitely the expert in this. But what I will say is that even in the E-rate program, you still have to go through the bidding processes. You still have to go through the process in fixing the infrastructure. But we will definitely get that detail to the board and get his recommendation to the board about, I'm not sure that it's about paying for it. It's about actually changing the infrastructure of it.
Okay.
Thank you for those questions.
Okay. Yeah, those were the three things that kind of popped in my head right as I was watching. I'm like, well, I mean, especially with everything that happened last week. And if we know that there's issues on our end, what do we need to do right now on our end to get those issues resolved? And is that something that we can do like yesterday to help try and help that? Because, you know, I think what we saw yesterday is kind of what everyone was expecting to see in March. It just took 8 months to finally get here. You know, because I remember when we first shut down schools and it was, everyone's going online learning, and everyone was like, oh my God, how are we going to handle it? Do we have the capacity to do that? Come find out, we don't. It just took 8 months for it to catch up to us. And so now, we can address those issues quickly. I think that would be great. Yeah, no, I definitely, I think they have the short-term fix going right now. And I will say this, that I don't know about all of you, but I have problems with my internet here at home, and nobody's on it except me. The cows and the chickens, maybe, I don't know, and the fields around me. But, you know, this is, I don't know if it's national, but for sure in the state of California, the technology access, and especially in the rural areas, we have rural school districts who really are struggling with technology and access. You know, it cannot just lie on the school district. It's got to be a partnership with the city and also the internet companies.
that have to come together. And I know that the state had some initial conversations with the internet providers. Interestingly, it became pretty silent once I heard that they started having conversations. But nevertheless, it cannot lie only on a school district to fix this. It's
Right.
infrastructure across the whole city and the district, and of course, by the providers themselves. So we definitely are in a better place in Washington Unified in terms of possibilities and resources to take care of that. So we will get the board definitely an update on that. We want you to feel comfortable with that. But we right now are working as quickly as possible to work on that part.
Okay, great. Thank you. Vice President Souza, you had a follow-up?
Yeah, thank you. You kind of are touching on an issue that I forgot to go into was, so many of the teachers that have gone on to campuses did so because they had shoddy internet at home. Now they're being asked to teach from home with shoddy internet there because, and I know this example because they've got their kids on Zoom trying to learn, and then the teacher themselves is trying to teach on Zoom. When I'm on a Zoom call for work, my wife is on a Zoom call for her job, and my daughter's on a Zoom call or Zoom for school. Generally, I'm the one that gets kicked out because, you know, I'm less important than they are. But what happens if we're all on at the same time is everybody's Zoom starts to crash. And so my question is, and I was getting to this, is those teachers that have that similar situation happening at home, and the reason why they left home was to come to the school to actually get good internet service and to be able to teach. Do we have hotspots available to them for them to check out if they needed to? Is that something we can have a conversation about with the providers?
Well, it's not, we don't need the hotspots for our staff. I know of what I will reiterate, and we'll ask our staff to reiterate this, our administration, that any staff member who is having internet concerns at home, we will work on a case-by-case basis and have them come in and work alone in their classroom. See, the reason why we went to working remotely as much as possible is to decrease the amount of humans and gathering on our campuses. And so if a teacher has a concern with internet, they should immediately talk to their administrator, because at our school sites, we have one administrator on campus and we have one school secretary on campus each day. Those are the staggered schedules that we're doing. So if there is a concern of internet access, they need to talk to their administrators. We are, though, trying to adhere to the Yolo County guidelines of working remote as much as as feasible as possible. So,
okay.
Yeah. Thank you for asking that question.
Yeah, thank you.
All right. If nothing further, we can go ahead and move on to M2, our sunshine proposal for CSEA, Riverview Chapter 168. Bargaining proposal for successor contract negotiations for 2021 to 2024.
Good evening, President Jackson, trustees, Superintendent Luna, colleagues, and community. So yes, as CSEA President Daniel Gandara shared in his comments this evening, CSEA has submitted their sunshine proposal. It is attached to the agenda. Just by way of information, it is for the full contract, successor contract. The current collective bargaining agreement, or CBA, will expire or sunset in June of this coming year, 2021. So just to give you a little context, there are a total of 28 articles that are open. However, they did sunshine 9 in their proposal. So in essence, that's the information. It will come back for a hearing. I'm sorry, the public hearing, and then also an action item at the January 14th board meeting.
Okay. Any questions, trustees? Vice President Posada? Okay. Trustee Wong? Clerk Kirby Gonzalez? All right. Thank you for that. Okay, we'll move on to M3, Sunshine Proposal for Washington Unified School District's bargaining proposal to count for our counter proposal to CSEA review chapter for successor contract.
Great. Thank you. In like manner, the district has submitted the Sunshine proposal to CSEA as well, and that also is attached. So, and the district is looking at, in addition to the collective bargaining that we have with those articles that are Sunshine from CSEA, the district is bringing forth 8 of the articles. So it will be a very busy season. I did sense that President Gandara is really excited and ready to hit the ground running. I look forward to also participating, and our bargaining teams are as well. Again, I want to highlight and thank both parties because everyone works really hard, and we are, you know, I mean, we agree to disagree at times, as you can imagine, but definitely I'm very grateful for the partnership that we have with CSEA.
Yeah, sounds like he's coming for you.
Yeah, I sense that.
Okay. One question I did have, I neglected to open the, I thought I had opened it, but I did not open the CSEA proposal. So are our 8 similar to their 8, or is there a big difference between the two?
We didn't sunshine the same 9 that they sunshine. So obviously we would bargain those articles. They're different. So out of the 28, it looks like we'll be in deep discussion of 17. Their 9 and also our 8. So,
oh, wow.
So it'll be a busy, it's the successor contract, so it is going to be, yeah.
All right. Yeah, you guys are going to be busy.
We will.
Okay. All right. Thank you for that. If there are no additional questions, doesn't look like there are. All right. Then we will go ahead and move to board and superintendent comments. Superintendent Luna.
Thank you, President Jackson and Board of Trustees and guests. I'll start off with the clarification. The agenda is accurate. The transmittal is accurate in regards to Norma Alcala's official swearing in date. I actually have the document as the City of West Sacramento provided me a copy for our records of the official swearing in to office with the City Council for Norma Alcala, which happened on Monday, December 7th. Last night's ceremony, the family did participate and all new members were sworn in. However, the official date and official letter that took place from the city clerk for Norma Alcala's seat on the City Council is officially Monday, December 7th. Secondly, I want to give a shout out to our River City High School engineering program. The engineering program at River City has a CREATE, C-R-E-A-T-E acronym, mentoring program after school, which is industry-based, where the students have mentors from the industry working with them. So kudos to our 2 teachers, Ms. Yusufi and Ms. Tan, who are the advisors of the engineering CTE pathway. Every year, the industry chooses a topic, and then the students in the mentoring program have to execute it and compete. So this year's project entailed identifying a nonprofit in West Sacramento in our community that was in need of new buildings to provide program services or a substantial remodel of their current building. The theme also had to do with getting ridding of domestic violence. So that said, everything was done virtually, but I understand, according to Ms. Yusufi, the students nailed it. They took 2nd place in the California Partnership Academy competition for the engineering program. The theme, again, was to end domestic violence. And in this competition, 2 of our seniors received college scholarships. Shout out to Laura Huang, who received a $2,000 college scholarship, and Evelyn Morisseau, I believe that's her name. I believe it's a French name. She received a $2,500 college scholarship and also was awarded the Leadership Award in the competition. So congratulations to our California Partnership Academy in the engineering program. I also want to mention this evening, I want to thank our staff who provide our essential services to our students and to our families directly on location. Our food services staff, our custodians, our learning center staff, our school secretaries, and our school site administration. They are all working staggered schedules with the exception of our learning center staff who are directly with our children. You see, without our essential services, our 191 students with specific needs for access to learning would not have the opportunity for this safe and equipped learning environment that we provide each day. So with my greatest gratitude and deepest appreciation, thank you to those staff members who are providing that on a daily basis. And with that, President Jackson, I think I will save my final comments for our meeting on December 15th.
Okay. Vice President Pizzani.
So I think we're going to probably all be doing this, this week and possibly next, but I'm going to have to say thank you for 5 years of friendship and just eternal gratitude for your guidance and bringing this district, on a 180 direction from when you first got here, Linda. It's hard to talk about someone, when you're emotionally attached to how wonderful of a person that, it is. And it gets your heart, welled up. And each time I think about this, I kind of get choked up. And you not being here for my next 4 years, it makes me a little sad, because you've become such a big part of my life and talking to you weekly and getting the information about the district and having our little chats and I've just come to cherish those. And so I just wanted to say, I really do appreciate you and everything you've done for this district, from implementing systems and protocols, all the wonky things that you've had to do, which Jackie appreciates so much, and making us all compliant, and to
we break
really
no laws here, Vice President Pizzani.
That's right. To really always bringing it back to the students, right? Every one of your decisions is always about the students. And, I cannot envision a time without you. So I'm glad that I have your cell phone, your personal cell phone. And I will, in fact, be using it frequently. But more just to talk to you and find out how your grandbabies are and how your daughter-in-law, who is one of my members of my union. So, but most importantly, I just kind of wanted to ask you if you would do me the honor of swearing me in for my next term.
I would be so honored to do so. Thank you for asking.
Thank you. I mean, usually we have, one of our family members, Preston had his kid do it, which I thought was awesome. Or, my wife the last time, but I felt it was very fitting for you to swear me in, and I wanted to ask, so thank you. Also, I wanted to say congratulations to Trustee Wong on her landslide victory. You know, she just crushed it out of the ballpark. That's what happens when you're that damn good. Nobody runs against you. Right? I also wanted to congratulate former trustee Alcla on her victory and her seat on the city council, and new mayor Martha Guerrero. I also wanted to say thank you to Bab Sandine and Mayor Cambalden for their time and their service to this community. We've had the opportunity of working very closely with them, especially in the Kids Home Run program, but on many other projects. And I've had the pleasure, as well as Trustee Wong, of being on the 2x2 committee with them and Councilmember Orozco. And I wanted to say, you know, it's been a pleasure to see that committee grow and focus on policy issues and discussions that were higher level and really getting into the details about what we're going to do in the future. And so I really do appreciate all that's been done with their service to this community. So I just wanted to say thank you to them. They will be missed. And I think that's about all I have for right now.
Okay, Clerk Kirby Gonzalez.
Thank you. I will save my comments for Superintendent Luna and also for you, President Jackson, until our next board meeting, since I know we'll see each other next Tuesday. So
I was going to hit you up too, President Jackson.
So I am thanking them, but I'm going to, they will be coming. And thank you to Karen Friedland in terms of all of her years of service, and congratulations to her on retirement. And I sure hope that this spring we are able to honor all of our retirees as we have every year. And I know it's different in this format, but I hope that she comes back to be honored in one way or another, whether it's hopefully it's in person or virtual. And we did have a curriculum council meeting, and President Jackson might want to speak to that too. But our teachers and our administrators asked very much to have a system where they could do a benchmark data and they could do a diagnostic across the district. And so they advocated hard for that, and that is moving forward. They are looking into the program iReady. And we have, let's see, what else did I want to say here? Oh, CSBA, it was very different this year, although it was kind of nice to do from home. I got to sneak away and watch my fourth grader do a school presentation and then sneak right back down into my computer. And so I went to, my focus was on the budget and in terms of what does opportunity accountability look like in this time period that we are in now, and some others. And because of the time, I'm thinking that those conversations, I'll leave those in the future when we talk about budget and a few other pieces. But even though it was very different than in the past, it was helpful with their sessions. And I had a hard time figuring out those table talks. I don't know if you were able to find them all on Trustee Wong. I was not used to the format, but they did a great job, and there was a lot of good information and good dialogue. And also with that, I want to share that I am feeling all of these different worlds in terms of, I'm going to put on my other hat right now real quick, my teacher hat. Teaching right here in my home office, teaching virtually in my school classroom, and teaching hybrid in my classroom, and then hybrid later. I'm living all of those worlds. And there are pros and cons to every single one of them. We are not going to have, a magic wand of the day that we're able to do hybrid, because there's still challenges. There's challenges with every single model. You have your students for less time. If you can't pull a group to the back table as we normally would, right? I'd say, oh, come join me over here and we'll have a quiet conversation. You can't do that when you're in a big room distance. And so we are going to still find challenges in every model that we live in, but also find successes in every single model that we are living in. I had a student show me his puzzle that he completed from home. I've seen every animal. And the presentations that students have been able to do with technology have blown me away. I have used technology in ways that I never would have unless I was pushed into it. And so I do want to just bring up that I know our teachers are feeling that too, that there's pros and cons to every single model that we are using. And I am so grateful for Washington Unified of doing these pieces equitably, because I see what happens firsthand when it's not done equitably, when the students that teachers know that they have concerns with are not the ones that are first and foremost that are being thought about. And so our strategic plan, the way we are rolling things in, we have always stood by that. And I just want to share gratitude again. And I hope that we can see our students and our plans start moving in sooner. And I think with that, it's a long night that we have tonight. So I will stop there, but I will just say thank you to every single staff member in Washington Unified, and to every single parent in Washington Unified, and to every single student in Washington Unified. Our kids could not be more proud of them. This is hard work for everyone, and every single person here deserves a lot of kudos and ways that we can look at better supporting. And so I am going to ask later that we talk about a budget study session. We usually do that later on in the year too, and we need to look at maybe in January of, do we need more tech people? Maybe we needed them yesterday, like you talked about, President Jackson. Where do we need to allocate for some funds for the interventions that we know that we're going to need, that are going to be running maybe over the summer too, in a way that we haven't done before. So I'm looking forward to those conversations as well. And thank you.
Okay, Trustee Wong.
Thank you, appreciate that. Yeah, there's a lot, and I will hold my comments for Superintendent Luna for next week, as well as you, President Jackson. Though I do really appreciate leadership, and I won't cry now. I do want to thank everybody who ran. It is a scary thing to run, to put your life out there, to put your values out there, to be judged by all the things. And so just saying yes is an amazing thing. I think we had fabulous candidates across the board. And I just want to kind of acknowledge that, because as somebody who, even though I had a landslide victory, you know, you're still putting yourself out there. And I think it's right. I think that you all showed your love for Washington Unified, the students and the families here. So I just want to commend you all on that and appreciate the fact that you ran. Congratulations to Coach Al, Trustee-elect Al Venegas, Vice President Pizzotti, Martha Guerrero, and Norma Alcala. And I'm trying not to cry here. I'm not sure if she'll ever watch this, or I will let her know. But what I sent her is a note once the results came in, and I told her I was going to miss her on the board. I was going to miss her because she helped us get to equity. She has always been there. She's always fought for our Latinx students. And for that, I am grateful. Right. And there are years of service that she provided us with her lens and her unique way of doing things, but really have appreciated her leadership, her unique leadership, and what she brought to this this governance team. So thank you for your years of service as well, Norma. I sincerely really do appreciate that. And look forward to working with you on City Council, as well as Martha Guerrero and Councilwoman Orozco, which we have, and Councilwoman Ledesma. So again, I'm excited about what that future bridge will look like for us. I think that we've made a lot of great strides with, as you said, Vice President Pizzotti, with under Mayor Cabaldan's leadership, as well as Councilwoman Bab Sandine. And I think that we can just only go up from here. Right. So I'm looking forward to that opportunity. So on to CSBA. I had the opportunity to, as you all know, I'm a CSBA delegate. And it was a really kind of interesting experience, because what I had learned there, the update with CSBA legislative update, is that half of the seats that were open are now held by new trustees. So to say that COVID hasn't deterred some of those who want, it's hard right now to be a school board member. That's the point, I think. And that I thank my board colleagues on kind of going down this road, staying the course and being strategic, because I think that's really important in a governance meeting. But when I had learned that when CSBA had said half the seats are 500 new trustees, it's the largest number that they've had in a very long time. Those seats have turned over. So, and not all because they took out incumbents, but because there were incumbents who chose no longer to rerun. So that's an indication of our commitment here, and I appreciate you all sitting on this board. So again, CSBA was different, and I have mixed feelings about the experience, as I do generally with all things tech. Though I could do multiple things and multitask, but I'm not sure if that was a good thing for me. I went to the COVID-19 kind of legal eagles kind of conversation, learned a lot of different things. Again, we'll share later as, probably in another format. I also learned a little bit more. I went to a DWK presentation about Brown Act and the new tech challenges that we can't even like each other's posts without actually being in violation of the Brown Act. William, who works with us, as you all know, had suggested, was very clear that we all should always keep our videos on because there was a situation in another district. But anyways, just a heads up that the recommendation was to keep our video on, even if, and I'm a joking person, and it was like, even if I want to just dance around and just listen to he said yes. Just because there was the optics of not having somebody on camera, people wonder different things. So that was the recommendation. I love seeing all your faces. So I also want to commend the students on the gingerbread houses competition that Cheryl, yeah, they were pretty phenomenal, right? So just that was really great work, and just leading into the holiday season. Also want to thank Councilwoman Orozco on the West Sac Give Back. You all still have time to donate socks and supplies and other things so that our children can get involved in giving back. There's a drop off at this Sunday on the 13th over at Streets of London, and another on the 20th that I don't recall. I want to thank the YCCA for actually giving out Thanksgiving boxes, as well as staff. I know they were involved in that. Normally this is in person. People come and get coats, and our families actually get coats and other things. And so I want to thank YCCA for doing that every single year. Want to thank the Teens Calling Center this year for their unique toy giveaway. They usually do shop with a cop, but they did not do that this year. They did collect toys and give that out. So I want to give a shout out to West Sac PD for doing that along with YCCA. And yeah, it's a different time. I know today is the first night of Hanukkah. And so for those who do celebrate, a happy Hanukkah for those, for those who do celebrate. So that's it. And hi, Izzy, you threw me off a little bit. So, hey, happy Hanukkah.
All right. I'll keep mine very brief tonight. Obviously, I think I'll have more to say next week say more on Tuesday, but congratulations to our two incumbents for your re-elections to your seats. I think that shows, regardless of how close or unclose your race may have been, I think that shows that the belief that our community has in you, and I think that shows also that our community believes and knows that during this particular time, it is wise and prudent to have some stability and continuity in our leadership. And also want to extend my sincere congratulations to Mayor Martha Guerrero. I sent her a message last night prior to their ceremony because I knew I was not going to be able to attend it virtually. But congratulating her, that is just an absolutely phenomenal accomplishment on her end. And again, to former trustee Alcala for her election to the city council as well. And as I told both of them, I know they both will do and serve this city well and do us all proud. And I look forward to the direction and the leadership that we will have under our newly elected officials in their multiple capacities. I think that it goes without saying that I think it shows it's exciting because I think everyone we're walking into situations especially we're running during this time. For those people who did run, the fact that you chose to run for an office during this particular time when you knew what you were walking into, that's a tremendous, I think that shows a lot of character on your part and shows the type of people that we have in our community, that even in times as tough as these, that people are still willing to step out and to try and take on a leadership role in our community. I've made some good choices in my life, but I think one of the better ones was when my wife and I decided to move to West Sacramento because of the people that are here, the community that we have, and the type of community we are becoming, and especially the type of district that we are growing into. And I've told Superintendent Linda this myself, and in a blubbering phone call that her and I had a couple weeks ago, is that I am extremely thankful. Now I won't say too much, but I'm extremely thankful for the work that she has done because she has definitely put us on the right path to greatness. And I firmly believe with all my heart, I said this 2 years ago when I ran, I believe it now, that this can and will be the premier district in the state of California. We are doing some things here and we've done some things here that other people are looking at, and where we are setting the pace for the way education can be done in this state. And as bad and as much as I would love to be on campus working with my students and being at my school, to me, I look at this all of this as an opportunity for us to kind of reinvent how we're going to educate our kids. And just look at it as an opportunity until we can get back to what we do and what we know best. And I tell you what, I am impressed every single day with the work that I see our teachers doing with our kids here in this district, but especially when I might go out in my room and my kitchen or wherever my kids are scattered throughout the house. I have wanderers. My kids are the ones that walk around with their computers as they're on Zoom meetings, as they peruse the house. So I'm sure their teachers have seen probably every part of my house, some parts that I probably didn't want them to see. But I see the work that they're doing, and I tell you what, I can only imagine how much better their education would be if they were in person. But what they're getting in the home setting, from what I've seen, has been absolutely fantastic. And I really do have a tremendous amount of respect and appreciation for our teachers. I know they're working hard. Personally, I think they're working too hard because I might be done teaching by 12:30. I'm just saying, maybe, I don't know. But then when I see my daughter's teachers still teaching at 3 o'clock, 3:30, man, hats off, because you guys are definitely doing a tremendous job, and I thank you guys for that. So with that, just so we can sake of keeping things moving along, that's all I have for tonight. And so we can go ahead and move on to O, which is our consent agenda. Do we have any changes to our consent agenda for this evening? I do have one. I actually would like to move. Oh, actually, you know what? No, I'm not. I'm not going to do that. We got enough to do as it is. I have no changes to consent agenda. Let's go ahead and, is there a motion to approve our consent agenda for this evening?
So moved.
So moved by trustee or clerk Kirby Gonzalez. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Vice President Pizzati. Fantastic. All right. It's roll call vote. So trustee Wong. Taking that was an aye. Clerk Kirby Gonzalez.
Aye.
Vice President Pizzati.
Aye.
I too vote aye. Tonight's consent agenda is approved as noted. All right. We have a lot of these tonight. Action items. P1, approval of Washington Unified School District's response to the 2019-2020 grand jury report. Every student is vulnerable. Staff and students must feel safe for learning to occur. Abso-freaking-lutely, that is true. Superintendent Luna.
Thank you, President Jackson. This year we received a grand jury report for all of Yolo County school districts, for the 5 school districts: Woodland, Davis, Washington Unified, Esparto, and Winters school districts. So the report is inclusive of all 5. So there are various levels of response to the grand jury report. The county office has provided a response in a holistic view of the entire county, inclusive of all 5 school districts. We are providing our response solely for Washington Unified School District. The statements and recommendations of the grand jury have to do with recommendations for the 2021-2022 school year under the theme of school safety. They made statements that some pertain to Washington Unified, some do not, because remember, their report includes all 5 school districts. So if they call out one school district, it may not pertain to us. That said, the overarching themes had to do with school safety, such as visitor signage, fences, locks, collaboration with first responders, safety trainings, and 2 on reactions and preparing for school shootings. And also the second part of the school shootings is, are our teachers, or do we have staff that are qualified and trained to address trauma? So each school district has provided a response. Our response has been up on Agenda Online, and I'm just wondering if any trustees have any questions. Otherwise, our response is ready to be sent to the grand jury.
I got nothing. I got nothing.
I just have a clarifying question about the substitute, the expectation of them to know, are they provided, just for clarification, like they are provided what our safety protocols are when they sign up to be a substitute?
Well, so when they sign up to be a substitute, it's within the school district. So each school site has their own safety plan as well. So I think what we will be looking into for the 2021-2022 school year is looking into how do we help our substitutes when we are actually back on campus to be knowledgeable of every single school site's safety protocols, because each school site is a little bit different based on how large it is and based on all the exits and the entrances. So we will have to come up with a system that every single substitute would be knowledgeable and trained upon for each school that they serve at. So to me, that's what that particular question and recommendation means for the grand jury when they provide us with that. It's easy to respond saying, yes, we will give them the training, but there's a little bit more to than just giving them safety training. It's about the school sites that they work at and how well they know their role on that campus should an emergency happen. So that would be my recommendation in leaving to our district office in creating those safety plans and including substitutes into that training.
Great. Thanks for that clarification. I think Clerk Kirby Gonzalez may have mentioned that in the past, training our substitutes. So I am happy to see that in there.
I was going to say one point too. It made me think of, we do have those, which I know that you all worked on. They're kind of like binders in every single classroom that do have some universal. So it does seem like there could be some universal training, but then the specific in each binder at each site. But I was glad to see that. I've seen it in classrooms. So
great, thank you.
Is there cyber training involved? Like, since was this grand jury report inclusive of the virtual environment? So
yeah, no,
it's only for in-person.
It's only for in-person from their lens because this was done last year.
Okay.
Yeah, actually at the end of, not last year, but the other school year, prior school year. And because it takes them a while to put everything together, they do interviews and things like that. So it does not include the virtual time. However, what we have done in our human resources department is we have had substitutes and now our volunteers who are going to be working with students virtually, that they do sign a different agreement in terms of technology use, which includes appropriate use and appropriate language and things like that, just like our WUSD full-time staff do.
All right. Do we have a motion to approve our response to the, what's the thing called?
I move. I mean, it has President Jackson's name all over it, so you know.
Yeah, it does have my name on it. Which, by the way, let me just say, scared the living daylights out of me when I got that email. I'm like, oh my God, what did I do? I ain't gonna lie. I think I called Gargoyle and I'm like, what do I do with this thing?
No worries.
I'm not going. I can't even front. My heart kind of skipped a beat for a second.
After that, I think President Jackson should second.
I'll second it. That's fine. I will second it. All right. Roll call vote. Vice President Posadi.
Aye.
Clerk Kirby Gonzalez.
Aye.
Trustee Wong.
Aye.
All right. I too vote aye. So our response to the grand jury report is approved. P2. Approval of the Washington Unified School District's performance and financial statement independent audits for Measure V bond 2019-2020. Mr. Soul, I believe that would be you. You are now up, sir.
Kylie, you're muted. You're muted. You must have President Jackson's computer.
You're right.
Yeah,
No, see, I have a lot of background noise, so I tend to forget about that because I've got teenage kids, so it's a little different. So good evening tonight. I want to do an introduction of Jesse Diol. He's a partner for James Marta, and he will be doing the presentation tonight, two of them actually, on the performance and financial statements for the Measure B bond, as well as the district's financials for the 2019-20 fiscal year. So Jesse, go ahead and take over.
All right, thank you, Kylie. Good evening, everyone. Can everyone see the screen?
Yes.
Perfect. I'm going to start with the district audit results, and then I'll go into the Measure B financial and performance audit results. So in regards to the audit, it's a process of accountability to the board and the public. And if you focus on page 2, you'll notice that we issued an unmodified opinion. And that basically means the financial statements were free of material misstatements. So they're fairly stated as of June 30th, 2020. Following the audit opinion, you'll see pages 4 through 11 is the management discussion analysis. And that basically addresses what transpired during the year. So you have the financial highlights, important trends, and any issues the district is facing. So I would urge you guys to read the management discussion analysis, as it is like the Cliff Note summary of the entire audit report. So it's a good resource for you to use. I pulled a couple of graphics out of the MD&A to share with you. The first one is a summary statement of net position. This is a balance sheet, if you will. I want to highlight a few significant changes from the prior year. you'll see the total assets ended at 342,236,681. So that's a change of almost 3 million from the year prior. And so basically, that's just the additional net income that you had, and then increases in the capital assets as we had some projects that were completed during the fiscal year. Now turning to the deferred outflows of resources. So this really has to do with the bond that was refunded. So when that creates an economic gain that's going to benefit you in the future, it's going to be deferred. So that's included in this number. You guys have increases in the pension and OPEB liability, so there's deferred outflows. And so the overall, if you net all of those changes together, we had an increase of almost $7 million from the year prior. Now focusing on the total liabilities, you'll see that the total liabilities decreased. So that again has to do with the refunding transaction for the bonds. We had some payments to the bonds and COP debt. And then, so when you netted all that activity together, all in all, your total liabilities decreased. The deferred inflows of resources, again, has to do with the bond issuances. Some of them are issued at premiums, so they get amortized over the life of the bonds. You also have deferred inflows related to the pensions and OPEB. So when you net all that together, we did have an increase of 17.1 million. All in all, your net position increased. We ended it with 63,016,319. So that's good news. Our financial position strengthened over the year. And then you'll see that because we've been investing a lot in the capital assets because of the bond measure proceeds, that was the significant amount of the increases in the net position. So how we got there, the summary statement of activities, this is the income statement, if you will. You can see that the total revenues, we had a small increase of 1.5 million from the year prior. We ended with 120,142,379. Focusing on the expenditures, you can see that majority of the expenditures are wrapped up in instruction and pupil-related services, and that's typical with a district this size. So you see about 72% of the overall expenditures is in that area. We had a total of 107,472,361 in total expenses. And the change in net position is the almost $7 million. Now focusing on the general fund revenues, you can see that 81% of the revenues that the district receives is in relation to the LCFF funding. And that was 76.7 million. And then you have some federal, which is 5% or 4.5 million. And then we had some state and local. State funding was 9.1 million and local was at 4.1 million. And again, this is in focusing on the general fund. The next slide here is the expenditures for the general fund. And I like to put this up because you can see where majority of the expenditures are. It's with salaries and benefits. You can see about 73% are wrapped up in the salaries and benefits of the entire general fund. And so just be mindful going forward with budgeting, especially with what's transpiring with our pandemic. The funding is going to be limited, and I'll discuss that in a future slide. But what I wanted to do is just be mindful when you're budgeting, when you're doing the negotiations, because we have to be very vigilant going forward because there's a lot of uncertainty out there. I'm not going to go too much into the economic outlook. I believe Kylie has covered this from the May revised, but I did want to focus in on the very bottom there. You'll see the PERS and STIRS rates are up there. They're going to continue to increase over the years just so we can fund the HERS and STRS pension pools. And so a lot of the expenditures that I just discussed in the salaries and benefits section, you'll see the benefits have been increasing year over year, and they're going to continue to rise. So that's the reason why I wanted to point that out. We do have some revenues that are coming in because of the pandemic, and the district has received some of this funding, and they are utilizing it. There are time constraints on when these expenditures can occur. So we'll be working with the district to ensure that they are in compliance, because there are caveats on what you can and cannot use this funding for. But I just wanted to mention that there is other relief that has been given to LEAs in California. Now, focusing back on your district, this is a financial trends and analysis. It's found towards the end of your audit report. I like to show this because it kind of shows you a couple years in the past where you were and then where you're going. And you can see in the middle of the page there where it says the ending fund balance, you can see that your fund balance has been increasing in fiscal year 17-18. You guys ended with almost $43 million, and this is focusing on the general fund. And then you guys have seen some increases since then. You went to 14.6, and then in the current fiscal year of audit, $21.9 million. So we've seen some increases, but we are projecting a decrease in 2021. And so just again, be mindful. We are in a pandemic. So when we're doing the budgeting process, just keep that in mind. At the very bottom, you'll see that you guys are well positioned to weather a storm. You guys have available reserves as a percentage of total outgo. So for a district this size, you guys have some financial stability, and you can see over the years, your total long-term debt has been pretty consistent. And so we are projecting to have a decrease in long-term debt, but that does not include any of the projected increases in your net pension and OPEB liabilities. The other item I wanted to point out is at the bottom, the ADA. We have had some decreases over the last couple of years. We are projecting a consistent amount for this fiscal year, but things can change. But I just wanted to point that out, as that is one of the main drivers, because majority of the revenues that the district receives is from the LCFF funding model, and the ADA is a large component of that formula. So I mentioned at the beginning that we issued an unmodified opinion. So that means that your financial statements were fairly stated. There are other communications that we were required to report to you. So we had 4 other communications. We had a report on compliance with state laws and regulations. So we conducted a state compliance audit. There's a report on internal control over financial reporting. And so that's basically checking the internal control structure of the district. There's a report on compliance for each major federal program. So this is basically a single audit, a federal compliance audit. And then we have a governance report that we've also issued. And so I'm going to get into each one of those. So in regards to the state compliance audit, no matters were reported. So we issued an unmodified opinion on the state compliance. So no findings. In regards to the internal control over financial reporting and compliance, no deficiencies were identified. So no control deficiencies, no significant deficiencies, and no material weaknesses. And so I want to take a second out right now and emphasize that this is huge because basically the landscape just changed because we had the remote working. So from the auditor's point of view, the risk is heightened. And so we had to do additional procedures just to make sure that the district, with their policies, the procedures they had in place, that they're still able to have proper checks and balances. All the expenditures that they're authorizing, that they have a proper approval, even when people are working remotely. So having said that, we didn't identify any deficiencies. So kudos to Kylie and her district staff for having sound controls at the district. So that's really big. So just wanted to point that out there. In regards to the single audit, so the federal compliance, no matters were reported. So not only were there sound internal controls over the federal awards, all the expenditures were spent in accordance with the grant, the federal grants. So unmodified opinion on the federal compliance audit. Lastly, the governance letter. It's a separate communication that we are required to have, and it basically memorializes the audit, tells you what the scope of the audit is and the timing, if there's any significant accounting policies that we had to adopt, if there was any difficulties encountered during the audit, if there's any uncorrected or corrected misstatements, if there's any disagreements with management, any representations requested from management, any consultations, or any significant findings or any other issues. And so if any of those situations ever occurred, then we would be charged to basically report to the board and let them know of the instances. So in this regard, we didn't have to reach out to you. So no news is good news. The audit went as planned, even with the current situation with the pandemic. We didn't have to implement any new GASBs this fiscal year. GASB 95 was authorized and went into play. And basically what GASB 95 did was delay for 1 year of certain GASB standards and a few others by 18 months. So the GASBs that we were going to implement this fiscal year are going to be delayed for 1 year because of GASB 95. And again, GASB 95 was issued because of the current pandemic. We didn't have any disagreements with management. There were no misstatements. So again, the entire audit went as planned. And again, that's just a testament to how good Kylie and her district staff responded to our audit requests. And we actually finished the audit a lot earlier than we anticipated. And I wanted to conclude with telling you again, the financial condition of the district has been improving, and you guys are making good, sound management decisions, financial management decisions. And I wanted again thank Kylie and her district staff for the assistance during the audit process. And I'll leave it up to you guys for any questions.
Jesse, can you clarify just for the audience viewing GASB 95?
Yes, so basically that's the Governmental Accounting Standards Board. And so they have separate pronouncements that they release because they want to enhance the readability of the financial statements. And so the two GASBs that I was actually referring to, I didn't name them out. There's GASB 84 that deals with fiduciary activities. And so how that would impact the district is we have socio-student body accounts. They are no longer going to be a fiduciary activity. They're going to be looked at as a governmental activity. So when we implement it in fiscal year 2021, we are actually going to be reporting it out as a fund on the governmental funds instead of a separate fiduciary fund. And so, and then the other one was GASB 87 that deals with leases, and they want to basically put leases on the balance sheet and recognize any deferred outflows and inflows related to those leases. So, so it's just a Governmental Accounting Standards Board. They have different standards that they like to release to enhance their usability of the financial statements, so everybody is able to look and understand the financial statements a lot better and clearer.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Vice President Pizzani.
I just wanted to say thank you for this very comprehensive update, and I appreciate it. And I wanted to thank Kylie for keeping us in the black as much as we can be. Also, we hear a lot that the district needs to be audited. Well, here it is.
Yes.
Everybody pay attention. This was it. This should answer a lot of the questions and should show that the district is making sound fiscal judgments. So I just want to thank you, Jesse, and you, Kylie, very much for your work.
You're very welcome. If there are no other questions, do you want me to?
I have one. I'm really glad that you clarified slide, I think it was 15, because it had me worried when I saw all the disagreements with management and all those different things that came up. I feel like we need to put a little line through that to show we had none of that.
Yes.
But thank you for this again. Thank you, Kylie and the team. And can you, Jesse, for me, just tell us, and for us and for the public, in terms of the pie chart you have with salaries, services, benefits, are those percentages somewhat in line with what you see in other districts? Is there one area that might be higher in our district that you see? Just wondering about.
You know what? You guys are actually in
You stole
line.
my question.
You guys are in line. With the district your size, it's between 70 and 80%. You guys are not heavily leveraged. A lot of that does have to do with some of these projects that you have because of the bond measure. So it looks like some of the other expenses are heavily weighted because of that. But you guys are, I believe, I think it's the 72% is where you guys ended up. So that's right at that sweet spot. You guys are a larger district. So we would probably see you guys higher towards the 75, 78% range, but that's where you guys ended up, and you guys are in line. So it's not something to be concerned about. It's just to keep an eye on it, just because the PERS and STIRS rates have been increasing. Because if you take a step back and look at the CAFR reports that PERS and STIRS comes out with, they're still underfunded. And that's the reason why they're trying to get this extra funding to get it whole, just for the future. But it's going to be years and years out into the future before it ever gets fully funded. But because of the way the market has been performing the last year and a year and a half and so forth, it did increase the assets that are in the pool. So.
Thank you.
Jesse, I had a follow-up question in terms of, you're saying that we have a healthy-ish budget. It looks like a 20% reserve at this point, because last time I think I asked it was at 14. I think actually President Jackson was asking about that. Will the current deferrals impact kind of what you're projecting for us? Is that part of this kind of audit? And then the second thing is, many people do know that the Assembly roadmap is actually trying to pay us back early, the deferrals. So I don't know what's going to happen with the legislature, but at the current moment, we have deferrals that we have to pay out before we get reimbursed. So.
Yes. Yeah. So when you focus, this is actually going to be, I'm going to reference the actual audit report. If you go to the fund balance footnote, you can actually see how we have your entire fund balance allocated. There's a restricted amount. And so how you get to that 20% figure, you're basically focusing on the amount that's reserved for uncertainties and the unappropriated amount. So when you're taking that and dividing it by the expenditures, that's how you're getting to that amount. So there are amounts that are restricted. So when you guys take action and you know that you have to make other deferrals, you guys are going to be taking from the unassigned portion of your fund balance and then restricting that. And then when you do that, then that percentage is going to drop from 20% down to whatever it's going to drop, because you're basically taking from the unassigned, unappropriated, and then restricting it.
Yeah. And from your projection, given the current situation, again, things change with legislature and budget all the time.
Yes.
We can manage the deferrals without going into like taking a loan from anybody or anything like that, from you're out of curiosity. Yeah.
Yes, you should be able to manage that. I mean, when you're having this high of a reserve balance, you have options. You know, one of my partners, he says, when you have money, you have options, and that's basically what it is. You guys can defer some of these other expenditures, other projects, if you need to, or if you say, you know what, we actually need to do this, it's going to benefit us, you can do it. There are funding mechanisms that are coming out, and it's just better to get on board to know what is it exactly we can spend on and be in compliance. And if you're able to get away with spending some of that new money coming in, then you can go ahead and hold on to this for a rainy day. Some of these new funding mechanisms that came, they're very lenient on what you can spend it on. And so there are a lot of needs that you guys have talked about during this meeting with, you know, these Chromebooks and so on and so forth. So by all means, I would basically plan it out and just be ready for that.
Okay. I'm not sure if that's, yeah, it was just the having to do the state's paying us back a little bit later. So you're saying that we're in a situation where we're probably not going to need a loan for the county.
Correct.
Okay. Gotcha. Thank you.
Quickly, I just wanted to ask Jesse, do you have an estimate on what the 21-22 numbers for PERS are going to be in terms of an increase? You know, Kylie?
I think I had it on that slide.
I have that in my first interim presentation too.
Okay.
I'll show you the next 2 years, like in my multi-year with my assumptions.
And as well as the OPEB kick, is that going to go up too?
Yeah, that has gone up with, yeah, that's part of it too. But the PERS and STIRS, Jesse, is separate from that.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, so the OPEB amount, we are not going to be able to project accurately just because we actually rely on the actuarial valuation. And so they have their own models that they look at and they make the assumption, and that's basically what we use when we conduct the audit and put the disclosures together. But with the PERS and STIRS, there is a projected amount that they have. I believe they give you 5 years outlook. And so I think that's what Kylie is probably going to discuss with you.
Yeah, and as far as the actuarial report, that one was done just recently. And so Jesse will get that next year when we audit the 2021 year.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Questions?
Nope. Trustee Sir Kirby Gonzalez asked my question.
Okay. Do you guys want to take action on that one, or you want me to just go into the next presentation?
I think we have both as one action item.
Okay, sounds good. Then I'll just get right into the.
No, they're separate.
Oh, okay. We went reverse. So, we reversed P3 and P2. Oh, gotcha. Okay, yeah, we need to take action on P3 then.
So
okay.
I'll move on this.
I'll second.
We lost President Jackson.
I think he was.
You're frozen. Oh no.
Do you want to take over the vote?
Yeah. Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Trustee Wong?
Aye.
Clerk Kirby Gonzalez?
Aye.
I too vote aye. President Jackson, are you there?
We
Can you hear
lost
us?
him. We lost him.
He's spinning, as it says, and he just texts me. He says he's spinning. Okay, so we have enough votes. So we have our 3. So and we can potentially add him later if necessary. Go ahead, Jesse.
All right. So I'll briefly go over the Measure V financial and performance audits. I won't get into the background. You guys know that you have a bond measure that was passed, and then you're required to have a financial and performance audit. The financial audit, I'll just briefly explain what that is. So that is basically the financial statements. We need to audit them for the bond separately and basically opine on the fairness of the financial statements as of the balance sheet date, which is June 30th, 2030 or 20. And we have to test the internal controls. We have to look at the contracts. If there's any change orders, we have to test those. And then basically, then there's the performance piece that we have to do. So Measure V, you can see that it's to reconstruct, renovate, and repair elementary classrooms and other facilities. And so there were 2 series. In 2015, we had a 24.9 million issuance, and then Series B in June 2017, we had another 24.9 million. So the entire amount that was authorized has been issued. So a total of 49.8 million was issued. And on this graphic, you'll see the 2 issuances being recognized. And so what we do as the auditor, we have to verify that these transactions were booked correctly and separately from the other funds of the district, and that all of these transactions were tracked, and basically the performance piece is basically attesting to the fact that each one of those expenditures was in accordance with the bond text. Now focusing on the balance sheet, as of June 30th, 2020, we had total assets of 16.7 million. And so you can see a majority of that was in the cash and county treasury account. We had a little bit of accounts payable of 40,630, and leaving that with a restricted balance for Measure V bond projects of $16.7 million. How we got there is looking at the income statement. You'll see at the bottom, we started with $23.1 billion. The top, we had some revenues. That's just interest earned on the unspent funds. So we earned almost $500,000 of interest. And then we had some capital outlay and other services and operating expenditures. That total was almost $9 million. So the change in fund balance is basically that revenue minus expenditure, $6.4 million. So we ended with $16.72 million. The performance piece, as I mentioned earlier, so basically the district has to have an accounting system set up to track the bond measure proceeds separately from the other funds that the district receives and spends on, and they have to make sure that they spend in accordance with the bond measure. And so our responsibility as the auditor is to not only get an understanding of the control environment, test the system, and then look at the individual transactions. Our firm methodology is to test at least 85% coverage. So either we look at the amount of transactions or the dollar amount. We want to make sure you get the most peace of mind out of this information as much as possible. Just because the public has a lot of interest in this because it's their taxpayer money. So if there's any payroll expenditures, we have to verify that there are only in accordance with the individuals that are performing duties related to the bond projects. So it cannot use any salary and benefits for teachers and other district staff, administrative staff for using the bond proceeds. And so then we report to the Citizens Oversight Committee and let them know of our results. I mentioned the methodology that our firm uses. So we selected a majority of the expenditures. We verified mathematical accuracy. We ensured that all the expenditures that we tested were in compliance with the full bond text. We had an understanding of the internal control environment and didn't have any issues there. We looked at the bid process. If there were any change orders, we verified that the change order process was followed, that there wasn't any conflict of interest. And then again, if there was any payroll involved, we verified that that was in line with the bond projects. And so we concluded that for the performance audit, that all expenditures that we tested weren't in accordance with the bond measure text. And so we issued an unmodified opinion. So along with the financial audit, which I said that we issued an unmodified opinion, there are other communications. We had an internal control report over the bond measure, and we didn't identify any control deficiencies. As I mentioned on the district audit, same results. So no control deficiencies, no significant deficiencies, and no material weaknesses. So good news there. And I just gave you the results on the bond performance audit. No issues noted there. And then the communication, those charged with governance, we talked about it earlier. No disagreements. Everything went as planned. So no matters to report. So no news was good news in this regard. And so just wanted to conclude that the district did spend all the funds for the bond measure V in accordance with the bond language. And again, wanted to extend a very meaningful thank you to Kylie and her district staff, because the bond audit is a lot of work as well. So there's a lot of testing involved, and a lot of questions back and forth, but we got it done. And I just wanted to thank her and her district staff for assisting us with the audit process. And I'll leave it up to you guys for any questions.
Vice President Souza, I see you're shaking your head no. Trustee Wong, anything? Clerk Norma Gonzales?
No. Once again, thank you, West Sacramento voters, and thank you for making sure the money was well spent.
Yeah.
And thank you. Yeah, I was just gonna say, and thank you for doing the audit on Measure V. Again, it's another item that we've heard a lot of people wanting to have audited. And so it's nice to see that it's done, and now people can rest at ease.
Yeah, especially considering that we just passed another bond. I think this is very timely in a lot of ways, but I think it just goes to show, I think it should put the community's minds and hearts at ease that know that the money that we said that we were going to use the bonds for, we have done that. And hopefully they now will have full faith and confidence that that will continue with this new bond as well, because there's definitely a lot of good work that needs to be done with that bond, which is why we asked the voters to approve it, and we were very, very thankful that they did. So thank you for providing this for us. It's much appreciated.
You're welcome.
So do we have a motion to approve? That's actually P2.
I move P2.
P2, okay. Move by our Trustee Wong. I'll second that. And we'll have a roll call vote. Vice President Posadi?
Aye.
Clerk Kirby Gonzalez?
Aye.
Trustee Wong?
Aye.
And I too vote aye. Motion P2 is approved as well. All right. Well, now here comes the fun part. P4, approval of the first interim financial report for fiscal year 2020-2021. Your turn, Kylie. You're muted. There you go.
My mouse isn't working. Okay. So we can go to the next slide here. So just as a reminder, we like to just kind of give you an idea of the required state reporting. So we do the budget adoption in June. We come back if there's any significant changes to do a 45-day revise, which typically is around August. And then we do the first interim, which is what I'm bringing to you now. And then the second interim comes in March with any additional changes from the governor's budget and the fiscal close. We have the unaudited actuals that come in September from the previous year. And then again in December, which Jesse just presented on, is the annual audit. So the first interim includes kind of the updated revenues and expenditures since the budget adoption. But since we did bring, and I'll remind you some of the things from the 45-day revise, some of the significant changes that we did see with LCFF being, I guess, restored from the 10% cut that we were going to experience. But the first interim also will have all the SACS fiscal reports, and then we will look at the multi-year projections for the 3 years. So I just kind of wanted to refresh your memory of kind of where we have moved towards since the budget adoption. And this is including the 1920 estimated actuals, so where we projected we were going to end the fiscal year, and then also the 2021 adopted budget. And, you know, when we brought the adopted budget in June, we kind of started with the pandemic. So that fund balance in the 1920 year, when we closed the books, significantly increased due to just the close of school and some of the expenditures that we did not materialize towards the end of the year. And then we have the 2021 and out years, and that was with the tier 1 and tier 2 reductions that we had done at that time, which was more operational. And then we also had the tier 2, which were non-essential positions that were vacant that we didn't actually move forward with filling. So when we brought the, there we go, the 45-day revise. So when we brought the 45-day revise, that's where we did show that we were restoring the LCFF reductions, or sorry, the cuts, and they were being restored. We had a few changes with, it was also with the supplemental concentration dollars as well as transportation. There was a slight increase in the special education, and the top of my head, I'm probably missing something else that was actually in there. I think that's where we found out kind of the deferrals and where we were going to see. But then we saw, because of restoring the LCFF, our revenues increased, but our expenditures remained the same because our projections kind of stayed the same. So it just kind of gave us a different idea of what our spending was going to look like, and then our ending fund balance based off of that. So in our first interim, some of the changes since the adopted budget, as discussed in the 45-day revise, we did have the LCFF, which is the local control funding formula increase, and that's what I forgot was the COVID-19 fund. So we had the increase of the grade span adjustments and restoring the supplemental concentration, as well as there was a slight reduction in the transportation, and all of those were restored. So the first interim always brings you the 1920 carryover of the federal and state and local funds that when we close the books, kind of making those adjustments in the first interim so we have a better idea of what our budget actually looks like. And then the 2021 LCFF state aid is based on the funding from the 1920 P2 certification. And later on in my presentation, I'll kind of talk to you more about the multi-year and how our enrollment and our ADA is, how it's going to look for out years. So it's kind of interesting, and I'm sure Jackie will find that interesting because I think she asked about that quite a bit. So as far as our expenses, we saw a very slight adjustment since budget adoption, and that's due to the unrestricted general fund. but more or less because of we're reconciling some of the position controls and the budget adjustments. So this is actually just a kind of an idea of what the unrestricted general fund looks like, as far as with it kind of messed, it looks a little blurry on my end, but as far as the percentages of the salary and benefits, the books and supplies, and the contract and services with the capital outlay and other outgo. Other sources is because this is just the unrestricted general fund, it's actually showing you as the higher amounts in the sources and the uses, because that is our contributions that are made to the restricted side. So this is what Jesse kind of mentioned here with our assumptions of our multi-year projections. So we are showing, based off of the school services projection, that our enrollment as well as projected ADA is declining, with possibly potentially a slight increase in the 22-23 year based off of our assumptions of growth. And we are showing with a flat COLA, and that is with the school services projections saying to use a 0% COLA. And then we maintain the district unduplicated percentage at a 68%, and that's pretty much stayed pretty constant. The California CPI with a slight increase, I think just with the pandemic that has gone down quite a bit, because I want to say we were hovering like 2.5–3% as far as our projections, but that now is showing that it like 1.5 and then slightly above that. Our step-in column, we always show at a 2% growth. And then this is where we're showing the CalPERS rates significantly increasing from 21-22 to the 22-23, as well as the STRS. I mean, that's a 3% increase on the PERS side and a little over 2% on the STRS. And the reserve of economic uncertainty, it is 3% that's mandatory. However, the board has approved an additional 3%, which brings us to a 6% reserve for economic uncertainties. This will give you an idea of the unrestricted general fund with some of those adjustments looking at the 2021 year and then the 3 years outwards. So showing that the revenues in 2021 and the 21-22 year are pretty constant, and that is because the funding for the ADA, so our 2021 ADA were being funded at the 19-20 levels, and then because of the hold harmless provision in the 21-22 year, we're actually going to be funded on the greater of the prior or the current. So even though we're projecting a decrease in enrollment in the 21-22 year, we're actually going to be funded at the same level of the 2021 year because of the hold harmless. As we see our expenses continue to grow, so it looks like in the 22-23 year, which is the projections that I know the state says that's the year that we really need to pay attention to, because at that point we are looking at the greater of the prior or the equal, and because our 21-22 year is projecting a decline in ADA, we would actually be funded on that one if we're still declining in the 22-23 year. So whatever's the greater of the two. So we're starting to see that we're kind of chipping away at our ending fund balance significantly as we continue. So we can go to the next slide. So some of the discussions around the multi-year, we are a positive certification for the next 3 years, even with the deficit spending from the 22-23 years and beyond. Something to remember is that there are no salary negotiations that are included in here after this fiscal year. So just included in the 2021 year, but out years, there's no salary negotiations. And some of the ideas too around the declining enrollment is, like I mentioned there too, is the what's the plan for, you know, giving up if we're going to add new programs? What will we actually be giving up? So kind of that weighing out what we plan to move towards and what we plan to do as a district. So making sure that everybody's aware of the results of negotiations, engaging and understanding just with the collective bargaining agreements, knowing that anything that we agree on will continue to deficit spend unless some of those adjustments or things are looked at as far as we move forward. Like I mentioned here too, so the funding concerns is definitely the enrollment, the ADA declining. And as I mentioned, we are, I think we'll start seeing that in the 22-23 year, which is the year that will definitely be funded probably on the prior, but the prior is still declining. So as I mentioned again too, the salary negotiations are only settled through the 2021 year. And we are not projecting any revenue increases. We have the cost of living adjustment set at a 0% for next year as well as moving forward. And that is based off of the dashboard that the School Services of California puts out. We do have the January governor's budget, and we'll see if there's any projections in changing and if anything changes as far as COLA. And then of course, those will all be reflected in the second interim report that I bring to you. And again, just something that we need to continue to look at and monitor is the position control, which I feel like we, HR and business meet on a quarterly basis, just making sure everything looks good as far as position control, because that is what actually drives our budget when we do roll that at budget development. So it's really, really important for us to just continue to maintain and review that piece of the district, because that's one of our biggest expenditures moving forward. So I think our next steps, what you saw tonight was the audit of the financial statements for the 1920 year. And this is just kind of the timeline of what we bring to you. So in December, this meeting, we go over the first interim, and then in March, we bring to you the second interim report. September is when we do the unaudited actuals of the 2021 year. And then again, a year from now, Jesse will be here again doing our audit of our financial statements. And then of course, in June of 21, that's where we'll start doing the public hearing and the budget adoption at the end of the June meeting. So that is the end of my presentation. I can answer any questions you have. Norma is on here, I think, too, so she could answer any questions that you guys might have for us.
Okay, Vice President Zadi, I see you chomping at the bit.
Yeah, I saw a couple of things in there, plus some things that I've read lately in the paper. So PERS and STIRS, it looks like 3% roughly for PERS and 2 and change for STIRS. I didn't see anything about OPEB. What was the OPEB increase?
So OPEB is based off of just our retirees. So they do an analysis, and that is not part of, so what we're actually looking on is probably the one that was approved in 2018. So every 2 years we do an analysis of the OPEB. So that's what we based our numbers on. But roughly, I mean, I want to say the new annual one we received, see, I got to get better at that because the OPEB is always a difficult one for me, but I know that it's projecting like the out years of like 10 million, I want to say, over time. So it continues to grow for sure. That's addressed in the criteria and standards Kobe too, as far as what the amount is of OPEB. It's towards the back of the actual first interim report. Right. But that is an analysis because we have to run a report of all of our retirees and what the benefits that we actually are giving to those employees. And then of course, every year it changes when we have new retirees, so.
Right, no, I get it. Like, you know, much like PERS and STIRS, the people that are paying into PERS now are paying for people that have already retired effectively. Yeah. So I get it. The other is more of a comment, kind of leading into a potential question. I saw that the LAO put out a report that the state is likely to be looking at a $26 billion one-time budget surplus that will slowly erode to a $17 billion budget deficit 2 years out. So I'm curious as to whether or not is school services projecting any additional one-time monies coming our way, from what their read is on, the governor and the legislature.
Yeah, I haven't read anything yet, but I mean, I'm kind of waiting to see what comes out in January, because I think that's where we're going to get a lot of information just on what the governor is going to say as far as how it's going to affect education.
Right. Well, and
I think that's where they're just saying right now, just be conservative. You're doing a flat COLA. You're not seeing any revenue growth.
Okay.
Because there's just the unknowns right now with the pandemic too. So it'll be interesting to see what they actually come out with in January.
Well, and the LAO was projecting that the $26 billion will be enough to budget this to balance this year's budget, but not going forward. So I guess that makes sense that there would be zero growth, especially in the out years, which doesn't help us with deficit spending, I guess.
Yeah.
Although the Assembly roadmap and Assembly member Phil Ting has actually said that they're paying back schools. So we never, today. So I don't know. I know we all saw the LAO report. So that at least the Assembly roadmap has that him intentionally paying back and fixing the deferral issue. That's why won the loan issue. So we'll just know more as the process goes. We have clearly a healthy 20% reserve. Kylie, I actually had to walk away separately when you said Jackie always asked for this question, and I didn't know, and I don't recall what that was, but I am wondering. I can't hear you because my headset just went off, so I have to change my headset real quick. Sorry about that. You can move on, President Jackson. As I fix my audio.
Okay. Clerk Gonzales, you have anything?
Just that this was a great presentation, and it makes me think about the town halls that we have been doing in the past on budgets that were done at all the sites. And I know capacity of everyone right now, so bear with me as I say, just thinking about as we move forward, doing some type of, I think, community outreach again, maybe on a level, maybe this virtual format is a really nice way that we could share with the community in a much easier way that doesn't take so much staff time going to every school site, but maybe there is a way to, and I know Yorgos will be getting information out too, but thinking in the months ahead about how we communicate with our community as well, about how well we are doing with our money, but where we still have room to work. And then as we look at CSVA and others, maybe if we keep all eyes open, if there's any work that is being done with the capital meeting that we will need to do interventions, there's still much work to be done beyond, putting plastic on desks right now, to get us through this pandemic, but after this pandemic. So in terms of our advocacy as board members, how can we make sure that our voices are heard in that work would be something for us to all keep on our radar. Thank you.
I'm back, Kristen.
Okay, go ahead.
So Kylie, I wasn't sure if this is the question you were thinking about, but can you explain to the public there is a 10% to contracts? And so can you kind of give, what are the big bucket items? I know special ed is one of them, but I think some people look at, wow, 10% of our budget is as contracts. What does that go to?
Yeah, so that is just the unrestricted general fund. So it's actually not even a combined total of everything with restricted. So that's mostly like on the operational side, really, or the contracts that maybe we have with, what are some on the top of my head? We have Keenan. So a lot of the things that are on the unrestricted side, as far as the, the operational piece of it. So it's not even really on, if I did that as a combined total, which now that I'm thinking about it, maybe I should have done that to give it a better idea of what it actually looks like, because I think that would have decreased a lot of those little buckets as far as the other out uses, because that's pretty much a wash when you see that, because it comes in as a revenue and expense, and it just basically washes itself out when you look at it as a total for the entire general fund. But it's mostly operational.
Norma's popped on. I don't know if she has. Oh, Norma, that was an accident. Norma.
Let's just back up.
Yeah. She's doing a phenomenal job. I'm just in awe.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the muscle.
The other thing was in terms of, can you tell me a little bit more about your assumptions on attendance? Primarily because, earlier today, Yorgos had a number of 70, and this is just my old age, so I could be completely wrong, approximately 7,500 students, but your projections are around 7,000.
7,000, yeah.
So
can you help me understand that? Yeah.
So he did enrollment. So mine is ADA, which is average daily attendance, which is what we're actually funded on. So that's where we say that of our total enrollment, we're typically around 95% with our average daily attendance. So that he's reporting on probably current year, I would say. So my assumptions are next year, or was it 2021, 22? I don't have my presentation up, so I can't look at it. But so it is declining, but like this year we're funded on about 7,200 kids. Next year we'll be funded 72 as well because of the hold harmless and the being funded on the greater of the prior. So we're coming in lower current year if you actually look at our ADA, but our funding level is being held at the same as the 1920. So I'd have to look to see where maybe Yorgos picked that up from, because we haven't certified our C-beds yet for this year. That comes in December. So it could possibly be last year's enrollment numbers that he has on there. But I'm not exactly sure.
And our attendance, if I remember, is that we do like butts and seat count in October and then again in the spring, right? And then we certify in December.
So so it's just the first Wednesday of October is
that's right.
Is the actual day that they do the count, and then we certify in December.
Yeah. So there was always a strategy, get everybody on that first Wednesday in class. And for virtual, I feel like Stan has reported out we've actually had higher attendance in virtual setting. Right. So am I taking your questions, President Jackson?
No, you are. but that's fine, because that's exactly what my questions were too.
Yeah. So just help me understand your assumptions, because from one couple of things, my assumptions. I see some data that was presented earlier, 7,500. I understand the data that Mr. Mosich has shared with us, that we actually have higher than 95%. We have pretty actually good, because intentionally. And so just trying to understand how we get from 7,500 to 7,000. That's a lot of kids.
Yeah. And like I said, that's enrollment. So it's hard to compare enrollment to average daily attendance because it is, like I said, 95. So he could say on any given day that we're at 98%, 99% of actual kids in the seats. But we just when we do budgeting, it's typically at 95%. And the calculator actually averages everything out based off of our enrollment and then several prior years. So it just averages everything out. And I don't mind, Jackie, I can get you that information to look at kind of our assumptions and how we do that, because we actually have a program that we actually key in everything from all prior year enrollment numbers and all of our P1, P2, and our P annual ADA.
Oh, I saw it in the facilities master plan. I've dug deep into the facility because you guys did projections for like 20 years.
Yeah. So it's the projections that kind of project that out as far as what we use in our calculator.
Okay, but it was at 95. Do you recall what our butts and seats were in October? And again, we certify again in spring, but Stan, I don't know if you recall.
I would have to look it up to see what our exact number of people were in the seats at that time in October. I'm not sure of are you talking about the enrollment again? That's usually what I pay attention to.
The C-beds enrollment, the attendance, because I think that you had reported us that the attendance was up. Again, it is what it is. It's going to hold steady. Yeah.
So what we reported was not the actual number of butts and seats. What we reported was the percentages at different grade levels at schools. So that's slightly different. But in terms of the actual number of C-beds, ADA, that's something that Kylie's office usually holds in fiscal services. They usually maintain that number. What we usually look at in ed services is the enrollment of the total number of kids that we service in our district, which is different because some of those don't attend on C-beds day.
Yeah, no, I understood. Yeah.
So, and Jackie, I am looking at the CalPADS data from last year. And so that number that Yorgos reported out was prior year enrollment. So just looking at our CalPADS data now that's not certified, we're looking at not including the charter, so not including Washington Middle College, but we're looking, if you compare those two numbers, like 7361 enrollment.
Okay, that makes more sense. That makes a lot more sense. All right, thanks.
Yeah.
And now I'm curious what question I was supposed to ask. I'm not sure if I asked it.
Beats me. Because those were some of my same questions too, because I distinctly remember us having the conversation a couple months ago where that came up, where we said, hey, our actual numbers for this year actually looked like they were up from previous years. So when I saw that 7,002, I was like, holy crap, where'd all the kids go? So it's kind of that. So I'm glad you asked that question, because that was one of my questions that I had as well. But then my other one is, how are we actually calculating butts and seats during COVID? Because there's no butts and there's definitely no seats.
That's probably a Stan question. I'm thinking.
It is a Stan question, or Superintendent Luna. Yeah.
Yeah. What our reporting for in terms of engagement for our students to look at ADA in the future is about engagement, and engagement meaning they do have to check in the morning. So that's one part of the engagement. The other part of engagement is assignments turned in. And there's also another part of if they're logged in. So I think it's a threefold kind of look, at least from our auditor's perspective, of what our student ADA will be during this virtual time. It is a brand new concept for even the auditors, as the CDE was trying to create. How are we going to keep tabs on our students, and how are we actually going to calculate what our true ADA is during a virtual time? So I don't necessarily have an update on that because we haven't gone through the audit yet. We know what the state is expecting, and we've put that system in place using, I believe it's our ARIES system. And Assistant Superintendent Moisage can correct me if I'm not accurate on that. But we have teachers reporting the physical presence when a student logs in, when a student is returning work and assignments. And then also, I believe, because of our concern of students not logging in the afternoons, I believe that Educational Services put in another login time of attendance in the afternoon to be able to better track which students are not returning for virtual learning in the afternoon. Stan, I don't know if you have any more to add with that.
No, that is correct. So yeah, we're still counting students that attend daily Of course, they're not physically there, but we are counting them in their virtual presence on a daily basis.
Okay.
And we do track all that through Aries.
All right. Anything further? That's pretty much all I had too. So if not, then I'll move that we go ahead and approve our first interim financial report.
I'll second.
Okay. Roll call vote. So Trustee Wong.
Aye.
Clerk Kirby Gonzalez.
Aye.
Vice President Posadi.
Aye.
And I too vote aye. So first interim budget is approved. P5, LCFF budget overview for parents for Washington Unified School District and Washington Middle College High School. Ms. Stephanie Grote.
Oh, thank you. I'll start us off. Thank you, Board of Trustees. It's for the 2021 school year. Local governing bodies, boards are required to adopt and submit the budget overview for parents on or before December 15th of 2020 in conjunction with the first interim budget report, which you just heard. The LCFF budget overview template was presented to the Board of Education on November 12th, 2020 as an information item by our Director of Fiscal Services, Kylie Lane, and our Director of Compliance and Accountability, Stephanie Grote. They are here with us this evening, and they have updated those documents to reflect the first interim budget, and we ask that the budget overview be approved. Thank you.
I don't have any questions.
It looks the same like it was a month ago, with a few more slight differences, but it looks pretty much exactly, unless staff can tell us that you made any specific changes from the last time we saw it, but I think it looks very similar to what we saw before.
Okay. No questions about that? All right. We have a motion to approve our LCFF budget overview for parents.
I move.
Okay, moved by Trustee Wong. We have a second.
I'll second. Go, Sarah, I'll second.
Okay. Roll call vote. Vice President Posadi.
Aye.
Clerk Kirby Gonzalez.
Aye.
Trustee Wong.
Aye.
And I too vote aye. Okay. Is P5 is approved. Local control funding for budget overview for parents. P6 approval.
Before we move on, can I just make the motion to go past 10 o'clock since we're on P6 and we have P how many?
P20?
Right.
No.
Right.
I mean, if that's okay, President Jackson.
Yeah, that's perfectly fine. Yeah, because we're going to have to, yeah, there's no way we're going to be done. All right. Roll call vote. Clerk Kirby Gonzalez. Okay. Trustee Wong. I heard it.
Aye. But do you have the votes if I didn't vote aye?
Yeah, we do, because I'd vote aye. All right, so we'll go ahead and we'll extend past 10 o'clock. Thank you for that, Trustee Wong. All right, so P6, approval of curriculum and associates contract services for school year 2020 through 2023. Assistant Superintendent Moxich.
I'll talk as fast as I can.
We're going past 10, so.
Okay, gotcha. All right, well, Washington Unified recommends iReady as a universal screener and a diagnostic assessment that will be used in reading and math for grades 3 through 12 with the ability to add primary grade levels as needed. A universal screener would allow WSD to implement a systematic and diagnostic examination of all students on an academic level at the beginning of the school year and at set time periods throughout the year in order to make informed decisions regarding instruction and intervention. As a universal screener, iReady can also provide more data for EL reclassification, growth towards goals and IEPs, support educators in screening for dyslexia, and can also be used to identify GATE students. Tonight, we have our Director of Curriculum and Instruction, Matt Ainsworth, and our Coordinator of Instructional Technology, Amanda Divelbiss. They're going to present to you some details about iReady, including how we intend to use it, how it works in the classroom, what the assessments look like, our stakeholders' input, and some of the training needs, and how iReady compares with some of the tools that we already have in the district. So we'll go ahead and let Mr. Ainsworth take it from here.
Good evening. Good evening, President Jackson and trustees, Superintendent Luna. Thanks for allowing us to share a little bit about iReady. Yeah, you can go ahead and move ahead one. So we wanted to share a little bit about how we're going to utilize iReady this school year and looking forward to the 2021-22 school year. So ideally, in a traditional setting, the plan would be to utilize the iReady diagnostic 3 times a year, once at the beginning of the year, once right around now before winter break, and then once approximately 1 month before SBAC. And as the Superintendent Moisich mentioned, the iReady diagnostic is predictive of future SBAC results. So that time frame would be ideal to be able to provide those supports for those students. What we are looking to do for this year would be to implement it for 1 diagnostic assessment, with the idea that that would help prepare us to go into the more full implementation next year. One thing that is exciting about this diagnostic is its ability to replace some of our current assessments. A lot of our primary teachers use the Scholastic Reading Inventory to get a student Lexile score, which is a standalone test to get a standalone piece of data. That's embedded into this iReady diagnostic. This could also replace our pre-assessments for our standards line units. Primary grades have anywhere between 6 to 8 units, both in ELA and math, each of those with a pre and post assessment. So this could replace up to 16 pre-assessments, which is something that our teacher groups and our department chairs have really been excited about. That this is not designed to be one extra thing. This is supposed to be one thing that replaces the many assessments that we are giving our students right now. So it's going to be, should be welcomed from teachers from all grade levels. I can go ahead and move forward. Here it is. Our tentative plan for implementation for this year would to have a diagnostic window open late February, early March, approximately a 3-week window. What we want to do is target 3rd through 12th grade this year, with the idea where kindergarten through 2nd grade would be optional. We have shared this with the department chairs, given demo accounts. So some of those teachers have begun experimenting with the program. We're anxious for their feedback on the accessibility of these assessments and how useful they're finding the data in those demo accounts. We're also back one, I'm sorry, planning an optional mid-May, sometime after SBAC testing, for optional across the board. We're going to encourage it just for those grade levels or departments that want to monitor their students' growth from the initial diagnostic, especially in primary where they don't have the SBAC at the end of the year, where they won't have a final assessment. But that's our current plan is for that second diagnostic to be optional. So the way that this would look in the classroom, we'd want to give as much notice as possible to the teachers of when the diagnostic window would be, so they can adjust their pacing and make sure that it fits naturally into the flow of their lesson planning. That each grade level would take 2 diagnostics, 1 in reading and 1 in math. You can see the time frames there. So for middle school and high school, about 1 period length, and 20 to 25 for the primary grades. The rest of the kind of time commitment, so to speak, for teachers would be look at the data, really dive into their own independent class data. It's going to help guide their instruction and be able to help them put together their small groups for intervention and support. And this doesn't have to be done independently. We always encourage our teachers to use their grade level or department PLCs to look at intervention across the board, what can be done from a district-wide lens about continuing to support those students who need it.
In addition to what Matt and Stan have mentioned, the test is available in math and Spanish, and then starting in fall 2021, it will be available. There'll be a Spanish reading assessment as well. It can be used as a EL reclassification tool, but also as a 9th grade math placement tool. So we would be able to, since we're giving it to all of our 8th graders, be able to see where to place them in our 9th grade, either at River City High School or YOLO or Washington Middle College. This image on the right-hand side shows that it's an adaptive test. So as the students are taking this diagnostic, as they get questions correct, it gets a little harder. As they miss a question, it gets a little easier. And so actually as they go, you're really shooting for 50% right and 50% wrong, just like the CASP, so that it's honing in on exactly where their actual performance level is at grade level or above or below grade level in all of the different domains in reading and in math. On the next slide, you'll see a sample report. This is a 5th grade student sample. And so as you can see here, on the right-hand side, it has 6 domains. And so 3 of those domains are actually foundational skills. So the phonological awareness, phonics, and high frequency words. So if this was a 5th grade student, you'll see that they tested out of some of those foundational skills, but they still need phonics at a 3rd grade level. And so how this would be useful as a 5th grade teacher, it would be then I can know which students need phonics instruction in order to access grade level text. And then the 3 other domains are vocabulary, comprehension in literature, and comprehension for informational text. And how this is important even at the middle school level is that as a history or science or other content area, if I know my students are coming in below grade level and reading informational text, I can then choose passages that are appropriate for them at the grade level, but still accessing the content. So for example, teaching ancient civilizations, the students all need to learn that content, but I can give them articles at their level. So this data would be useful for all of our teachers, even not just the ones in reading or math. On the next slide, you'll see what it looks like from a teacher. Once again, this is sample data that they give us from iReady. So it's pretend students, pretend scores, but you'll see your entire class and in those 6 domains up there at the top. And so if we look down in that second column there, that's PH for phonics, I can see which students then need to be grouped for phonics instruction. And then on that right-hand side shows that Lexile score, like Matt referenced before. A lot of our teachers give something called the Scholastic Reading Inventory that gives them that one data point. Scholastic Reading Inventory is actually end-of-lifing this year, they told us, so it won't even be available to our teachers anymore. But this assessment is giving them even more data and same amount of time to give. Go ahead in the next slide. This is an example of the math results a teacher could see, and also parents get reporting as well, which I'll show you on the next slide in a second. But for math, there's 4 domains. So you'll see on the right-hand side, number and operations, algebra and algebraic thinking, measurement and data, and geometry. It also groups your students for you. And there's much more in-depth reports that this gives us, but essentially it can take your students and put them into instructional groupings and tell you what they need and the lessons that you could teach them. And so that's where this sets itself apart than some of our other assessments that we have in our standards aligned learning. On the next slide is just a simple guide or a graph showing a sample student if they were to take this diagnostic 3 times in the year, which is what we're hoping for our 3rd through 12th graders, is you would see growth in those 4 domains, or see if the student made growth in each of those 4 domains. Notice that there's even early grade 4 or grade 5, just regular grade 5, but parents also get this data too. So every time your student takes this test, there is a parent PDF that can be sent to the parents so that they can see the growth that their students are making from the beginning of the year, diagnostic 1, 2, and 3, and then the end of the year would be that CASP score. Next slide, please. This actually came out of our working groups conversations. It was brought up in some of our department chair meetings where they wondered whether this could replace those standard aligned learning pre-assessments and the data that they get. And so this is sample data from kindergarten, but you can go in, there's standards reports, and what it will show you is each of those standards and where the kids are at, how many students and which students you can click in, but are at each skill, whether they've mastered that based on the diagnostic or need more work or haven't shown mastery in that skill at all. And so if I'm, for example, teaching our geometry unit for standards aligned learning, I wouldn't need the pre-assessment that they've created anymore because I now have this diagnostic data. And so like Matt said, if this could potentially eliminate a lot of those pre-assessments that our grade levels have created, still doing the post-assessment to see the growth on their unit, but no longer needing the pre-assessment because we have that data to guide our instruction already with this diagnostic. And then lastly, what does it look like? So up in the top left corner, they've created a lot of resources for our teachers in terms of how to proctor these exams using Zoom or Google Meets and what you need to set up in your classroom for these kids to be able to take it in a virtual environment. But not just for teachers, they actually have a lot of resources for parents. And so one of the things that they'll do is come out and do a parent university for us to get all of our parents on the same page of what is the purpose of this assessment and the need to not assist if possible, right? So we get an accurate score and that it's okay to get questions right and wrong. That's the entire point. So that's pretty awesome. On the below that is the tech enhance. So it is very similar to the CAS. The look of the questions, the feel of clicking and dragging and highlighting is very similar to CASP. But I also wanted to point out on the right-hand side, should our K2 teachers decide that this is a test that they want to start administering as well, when a student logs in to take the test, there's about a 3 or 4 minute video. For the older kids, it's just a video hyping them up, getting them ready to take the test. But for our younger kids, it teaches them how to take the assessment. So it's interactive and walks them through where to click, like how to click the answers, how to click the next button. And if you notice on those top 2 images, there's a sound button. So it will read the questions to the students as well. So it is adaptive in that way for our students, even for our youngest learners, should we choose to go that direction.
Great, thanks, Amanda. So we've shared this with many of our stakeholder groups, including Curriculum Council. The Learning Loss Task Force has heard it a couple times now. We brought it to our grade level department leads and encouraged them to use the demo accounts to start exploring. Next week, Amanda and I are going to be presenting. It says 3rd to 5th, that's expanded now. 2nd through 5th grade is going to collaborate in one big PLT meeting so we can give them this information, again, get their input, especially from the 2nd grade. We want to hear how accessible they're finding this for their students. The feedback we've received so far has been very positive. Any concerns we've heard from our groups has gone into our planning. We've made many adjustments, moved around our potential professional learning dates. And again, our diagnostic windows have moved based on the input we've gotten so far from our stakeholders. So we do appreciate that input. From my lens, this is what I find extremely just an exciting component of iReady is the professional learning that comes with it, provided by the iReady staff. This will be for both our site administrators and our teachers. And so you can see that there is approximately 2 hours of professional learning prior to giving the first diagnostic, which is an overview of the platform in general, and then a how-to training on how to administer the diagnostic. And then the icing on the cake is after the diagnostic, 2 more hours of professional learning given again by the iReady people. This is not trainer of trainers or site administrators or me and Amanda going in and doing it. It is by the iReady people. And our goal is to have them go into their grade level PLT, and the iReady program helps them analyze that data, start using that data to create their instructional groups, their support. So it's not just assessment for assessment's sake. It gives valuable data, but there's professional learning that goes along with it. So no one has to go through that mound of data alone. That there is some training that comes with it. So it's extremely exciting to be able to continue to get support for our teachers during both before the diagnostic and after.
So in anticipation of some questions that may be had, which is, how does this compare to other things that we already have? And so first with Illuminate. So what about Illuminate? Illuminate's not a universal screener. What it is it's a program where teachers are able to create their own formative and summative assessments. What it's great for is our standards aligned learning, because our teachers have chosen priority standards that they want to then create an assessment for to see how they're doing. Like I mentioned, though, this diagnostic should be able to replace those pre-assessments to see where kids are at to guide our instruction, but we can keep those post-assessments and Illuminate to figure out how the students did on those specific units. And to piggyback on Matt's slide about stakeholder groups, a lot of this conversation about needing a diagnostic actually started back in June with some of our grade levels realizing in our ICLE training and planning for this school year that they needed some type of diagnostic to know where their kids were at before the school year even started, before they did their first unit pre-assessment, anything. They just wanted to know, okay, what did our kids learn last year? What did they maybe miss in the couple of months of distance learning? And so we had grade levels create their own diagnostics on their own in Illuminate. But there was a need, and it was a need not just in certain grade levels, but really a lot of our grade levels. And so we're hoping that this fills that need. The other two programs that you might be asking about is Lexia and Dreambox. Lexia is not a universal screener. What it does is students take a one-time placement test in reading, so reading only, and then it places them on a path for the rest of the year. What it's great for is practice. It's a supplemental practice English language arts curriculum where they are able to move along at their pace based on a one-time placement test at the beginning of the year. For Dreambox is adaptive, similar to this diagnostic, but there's actually no placement or tests that the students take. So as the students are doing lessons in Dreambox, which is only math, but as they're doing lessons, it's placing them as they go all year long and giving them the skills they need at different levels, but it doesn't give us that overall view of where our students at grade level that correspond to the CASPs. So great again for practice, but not for giving us the data that we might need to guide our instruction or see where all of our students at, or to determine what learning loss really is occurring at all of our grade levels at our school sites.
The last part of the presentation is some testimonials that have been included by our staff members who have experience with iReady, and we have it through a variety of lenses, from a site administrator, both general and special education teachers, and from some of our current staff members who have experience with it as a parent. So the testimonials are attached. I don't know if you want us to read them, but they really show the information from the people who have used it in other districts, and their excitement to bring that to Washington Unified.
And I do want to clarify, Brittany, since she's not on the call, Brittany has used a similar type of diagnostic, but is very excited to bring that to River City. And she kind of outlines the need for it that they're seeing at River City High School. Their English department chair has also brought it forward prior to us actually moving this forward. So her testimonial is more the need for it at River City and experience with a similar diagnostic in her previous district.
And that's it from us. Any questions for Stan?
So President Jackson, you're on mute.
My bad. I was saying we do have one public comment on this. I'll read it. I will read it. This is from Jordan Howard. She says, good evening. I'm writing this letter as a concerned parent in the district. I am shocked that the district is trying to get approval for another form of testing for our children, especially during distance learning. Aside from all the other items on students' plates, we want to add yet another thing. Testing in general has been stressful for students, and I have seen firsthand when my son stresses out over time limits and breaks down crying. Can you imagine how students with special needs feel? How students who are classified as ELs would feel while taking these assessments in a virtual setting? Students are not just some set of data that can be analyzed. There are real stressors that are happening, and I think it is an inappropriate time to add yet another stressor to the WSD community. Please stop looking at new programs only through the lens of admin. Additionally, I don't really understand how the district is concerned with budget cuts every year, but they're willing to spend around $150,000 on a program that may or may not be helpful and has no substantial peer-reviewed data to back up the claims of it being an effective program. Please consider the students that their individual stress and their individual stresses before voting to add yet another item for their already full plates. Thank you. Okay. All right. So with that, I have several questions myself, but I will go ahead and defer to my colleagues. Trustee Wong, we'll start with you. You have anything? You muted. Still, push a button.
That's being intentional at this point. I know, not at this point. I actually defer some of the questions to the teachers and those who are on the curriculum committee, what your thoughts are in terms of like the practical use of it from teacher perspective. So just curious to actually hear both your and Clerk Kirby Gonzalez's questions.
Okay. Vice President Posada.
Yeah, I had a quick question. So how does this function as a screener for dyslexia? So I saw that in there. Also, does it function as a screener for other things like dysgraphia, which often mimics dyslexia? So just curious as to how that works.
So yeah, thank you for that, Trustee Pizzotti. I'm not sure about the dysgraphia, how it would work with that. But what they've given us and talking to the iReady folks about the dyslexia screener is generally everybody takes the universal screener. All the students take it, but the data would indicate certain students that would need to get a pullout and have an additional screening task for possible dyslexia. So we haven't been trained physically to do that yet, but that's kind of how it works. So everybody takes the original screener, and then from that data, we would be trained on how to recognize certain students that would have to have additional screening tasks.
Okay. Okay. And then I guess it would function in the same way with other 504s and IEPs, because that's what it said on the slide.
And yeah, it would. So that's a little bit different. I mean, I think those are more straightforward. I think the dyslexia has some additional tasks that have to come forward. So.
All right.
Okay. Clerk Kirby Gonzalez.
I was going to add on our program specialist testimonial slide. She goes into that a little bit, and I know we kind of skipped forward those so that you could read them on your own time. But I have it pulled up here. She was mentioning how with IEP goals, specifically for special ed, that you could use these scores to help monitor students' growth for their specific goals. So similar to those standards reports on one of the slides I talked to. And so every individual education plan is a little bit different, but they could use these to help see that there's growth on the goals or not growth in what areas our teachers need to work on. So she went into a little bit more detail than I'm saying here, but she was excited about the possibility of bringing this on as a program specialist.
Clerk Kirby Gonzalez.
Thank you. I have used iReady for 5 years, and I have a master's in curriculum and instruction. And I find it hard to believe that it's a dyslexia screener. And I don't know if that's an appropriate statement for iReady to make, to be frank. I don't think that that's fair for I don't want to give a false impression to our community. And that does not fall on our staff, that falls on iReady making that claim. So that's in no way a comment to anyone here, but that is, I don't think that's a fair claim for them to make. I'm really glad to see that K2 is now optional. I've worked with teachers, many teachers who use this program, again, for 5 years. And the kindergarten teachers I work with, the first grade teachers, have not found it to be the most helpful tool. So I'm really glad that it'll be optional. And then if somebody wants to try it and see what they think, they can and share it with others. So thank you for making that recommendation. I see the time that was on the first slide. I think it said 45 minutes. And so I just want to ask about that timing. Was the idea that it's 45 minutes per test for math and reading?
Yeah, that's on a per test basis. Yeah. Reading and math would be its own separate 45-minute window.
Sure.
And the 45-minute was the average is what they told us. But then on another slide, I think it's slide 5, they broke it down even more that a K2 student, as they're taking it, the questions are easier and simpler to get through. Whereas as you're reading at a higher level, you're reading a longer passage, the questions become harder. And so really that time will depend on each student. So they gave us the average. K2 takes about 20-25 per test. And then 3-8, they said about 45, and 9-12 about an hour, but that's if they're reading at grade level or not. So that they did break it down a little bit more for us and used averages.
Okay. What I've seen from my experience is it's generally an hour or more for kids to take the test, each test. So we're talking a couple hours. So I just want to throw this piece out there. And I really respect all of you here giving the presentation and the entire staff of Washington Unified and everything you all do in curriculum. And so this one's a little hard for me because I've used it before. And so I have some trepidations, but I also really trust you. And I know that there are tools that you need that you don't have right now, and that this might help fill that gap. And but this is where I'm leery this year, as you're talking about using this. It's a couple hours, and I have given it to see that, you're waiting for those kids that are still finishing it. So we need a few hours. So if we did this February, March, and then at this point, the state is asking us to give an assessment in April, a smaller version as of now, right, of the state test. So if that holds true, with February, March, we would do a benchmark. April, we would do a few hours of tests. And then I think you said it was optional, but with heavy emphasis to do it in May. And you're losing a lot of teaching and learning to give that many tests. And I know that we're thinking that the benefit is high because of the data, but I have to tell you, I don't think the data is as high of a benefit as the loss that you'll lose with that many hours in that small of a window. I think it's a small window to give that many assessments. And I do think that we're already limited in our time with our kids, right? Our faces are less in front of our kids right now than we want. And so to fill more of that time with a test that's on a computer where the teachers don't know what the questions are, it takes them some time to learn. So that will be challenging. And so I just worry about that amount, but I am very glad to see it's not K2. And then in terms of the consultant, I would just really urge you to hopefully vet and see who you get. I have sat through some of these trainings that were a complete 100%, no question, waste of time of a day. And then I've also sat through them that were really, really meaningful and good. And they really help dig into the data. And it all depends on who you get. So their staff is not all the same. And so I would just really make sure, as with any company that we bring in, but our teachers right now are working harder than ever, and they want every minute of their time to be valuable. And so if we give them somebody that doesn't make that time valuable, I think that this whole thing will be more challenging for everybody and to have any buy-in. And so I would just encourage you to really make sure you know who we get and have a say in who they are. And those are my comments for here.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay. You guys, you had mentioned that this was actually, that iReady would actually replace some current assessments. When you say replace current assessments, can you talk about what do you mean by that? Because when I hear saying, oh, we're going to replace certain, do we mean current formal assessments that we're currently doing, or are we talking about informal type of assessments? Which assessments are we projecting or predicting that iReady would be able to replace? Because I'm assuming that it's going to replace some assessment. That means that it's going to take some of the stress off of our teachers from having to perform additional assessments. Because the one thing I want to do before you answer that, because I want to acknowledge the comment that was made by the parent that wrote in, because I tend to agree with her. I think during this time in particular, I don't know if this is the most prudent time to ask our students and our teachers to take on another type of assessment, formal or informal, at this present time. So
that's a great question, President Jackson. So our K-8s have standards aligned units of study for both language arts and math. In the elementary, it's anywhere from 6 to 8 units for each subject. And so I think right about now they have 3 or 4 left for language arts and 3 or 4 left for math. So that, and each one of those comes with a teacher made by our RCZ Dream Team members, pre and post assessment, which again takes anywhere from 30 minutes to 90 minutes in some cases. And so they're standards aligned, but non-adaptive. And so doing the iReady assessment just that one time can get us those standards aligned results, and being able to remove, 8 or 9 planned assessments that they have for the rest of the school year. So it definitely is not our intention to add another thing. Testing for testing's sake is not good for anyone. It's not good for students. It's not good for our, the pacing for the time with the teachers and students together. So we really want to be efficient with our assessments and get valuable data. The data we get from our current pre-assessments is honestly, it's not that helpful. We actually at the October timeline, we instructed our department chairs to share the information that we're going to make them optional going forward, because again, we were understanding and valuing that time, that if it was not helpful, then it probably didn't need to be done in this setting. And so we still want that information. We need to know what our students know and how to adapt our instruction to get them what they need. But yeah, so we're in full agreement that we do not want to add more. We want this to replace and free up time for teachers and students.
Right, but we're not expecting this to replace. So as a teacher, I should not expect then that by me giving this iReady assessment once this year, or just go into a reality situation when we're actually back in a full capacity, given an iReady assessment 3 times a year, you're not suggesting that then that assessment then will replace my own ongoing assessments with my students.
No, definitely. That's what we really want the post assessments to stay, because that's going to tell us those growth from standards aligned unit to standards aligned unit. So it can't replace everything. It can give us that baseline data, and it's a great way to monitor growth if we get to that full 3 times a year implementation.
Right. So then by using it 3 times a year, how are we anticipating then that data to be used?
So yeah, it's a great question. So that obviously the initial data, that initial test would give us that baseline, what your students are coming in knowing for each of those strands and those standards-based reports. Giving that assessment around wintertime can give us that snapshot of growth through the halfway point going into break. Obviously, you're giving your own formal and informal assessments throughout that time, so you're going to be able to constantly monitor growth. But these are, it's a formative check-in, and then the one, March-ish, about a month before CASP testing, with the predictive nature of it, can give us that data for that final push going into SBAC on what students need the help and where they need that help.
Now, the one I mentioned, go ahead.
I was going to say, to add to that, I used it in my previous district as well, in 2nd grade and in 6th grade. And so I want to tell you how we used it and how I can see it being used. I'll give the 2nd grade example first. So we did have RTI. And so what we would do is at that beginning of the year, we're figuring out what kids are below grade level. And really it was those foundational skills. So looking at phonics, and we would put them in a group to get SIPS instruction or those high frequency words, but then also identify those kids who are already reading and be able to put them in a group during that intervention hour and get enrichment. And some of those kids were reading chapter books already. And so as a teacher, you could already have your kids grouped during your small group instruction, or if you're sharing students. So, send some to you for phonics and you send some to me for reading. And then in middle school, we used it for our intervention period. And so we have that here as well, where our kids are getting assistance based on what they need. But now you would be able to move kids in and out of that with data based on the next units. And so if I know in math, we're moving into numbers and operations standards, we could look at the kids that might need assistance and they could be put into those math lab classes based on their mid-year data, because maybe they made growth from the beginning of the year and they don't need that intervention anymore. And so that's how I can see it being used both inside a classroom, right, within my own small groupings, but also as a whole school, where we could look at that data and go, Matt, you take these kids, I'm going to take these kids, and you're going to teach this part based on where they score. If that makes sense.
Yes, no, it makes sense. But so there was that's, I'm glad you said it, because that actually leads me into my next question then, because as we all know, any data that we receive is only as good as the data that is housed and how it is interpreted and how the data is read. And then, of course, then how the data is used. So what measures are in place then to provide training for our staff so that, teachers at one school aren't taking the data and using it in a different way than a teacher at another school? Is there some way that where we will be able to develop some continuity in terms of how would that data that we get from this program is interpreted and then used throughout the district?
Another great question. The idea for the post-diagnostic professional learning, and again, as Trustee Kirby Gonzalez said, we really have to make sure our trainers are bringing in that information that is going to be useful to our teams. We're going to have them come in and present to each grade level as a whole, district-wide. And so that's our grade level collaboration is stronger than it's ever been district-wide. That the department chairs have done an incredible job of bringing together the whole district. And so it's not this school is going to interpret it this way. The whole 2nd grade team or the whole 5th grade team is going to learn how to use that data, and they're going to come up with a plan collaboratively. When we met with our learning loss task force, I don't know, it was just the other day, we had talked about school site teams, teaming and regrouping and making those groups. And then it was thrown out that we could do that on a district-wide level, right? We have a group of 17 5th grade teachers that can team and regroup when we identify the students that need help in a certain area, and we're a unified, collaborative professional learning community where they're all getting the help that they need.
Well, that would be awesome. No, go ahead.
No, he was complimenting me, Amanda. Be quiet. Go ahead.
Sorry. Go ahead. Give Matt a compliment. we didn't add it to the slide for professional learning because we're anticipating only giving this assessment once, with the optional for the second. But the thing that the professional learning they provide, once we give two, so it might not be till next year, it might be August and December next year, but once we have 2 diagnostics to look at, they come back to those grade level PLTs and train how to look at the difference in the data. We didn't write it on here because it's likely that we'll probably only do the 1 diagnostic this year. So there won't be a second set of data to look at this year, maybe, unless some of our teachers opt to do it in May. So that would be coming, which I'm excited about, because that's the biggest part, is to look at that growth and go, where are my kids, where were they and where are they now? And we're not doing that alone, which I like about this. And we'll definitely take Sarah's note right back to make sure we have the right people who come. But I'm excited about that too, is just to give more professional learning around looking at data for our teams in general, but also specific to this diagnostic.
Okay. And then one last question is, what happens to our existing programs that we're using? The programs that you outlined in your presentation, what happens to your Lexias and your Dreamboxes, and do those just disappear into the ethos, or do we continue on with those as well?
No, those have incredible value for what they are, and we would encourage those to continue their current practices. They just don't give us this diagnostic, baseline data. They're a tool for ongoing support rather than a snapshot of where the students are in that moment.
Okay. Vice President Basati.
Yeah. So we are going to be, I'm not sure if I'm tracking. So we are going to be replacing some other assessment tool with this, correct?
Not a tool per se, just current assessments that have already been created that, again, are ours to implement.
Okay. So are those our own assessments, or so we're basically paying $151,000 for somebody else to create something for us to use? Is that my understanding?
The value of this diagnostic is one thing that is unreplaceable with our current system is the adaptability, the adaptive test. That as you get one right, the next question gets a little harder, and then as you get one wrong, the next question gets a little.
So it's kind of like the CASP test, right?
Yeah.
So this is basically. So generally, what I'm hearing is you're building us, and maybe I'm wrong, but you're building our kids. This is like a CASP pre-test test, so to speak, in a way. So we're kind of teaching to the test again. If we're getting them ready and set to be more prepared for the CASP test, is that correct?
Yeah, that's one of its several benefits of it. Yes, so it does get them prepared for that as well.
Okay.
But it's not teaching to the test in the way that you're thinking, though, Kobe.
I get what it is, but
yeah.
It's kind of like we're building them up in that sense to get to that CA, the CASP test. So I guess my question is then, Clerk Kirby Gonzales made a point that it is misleading to say that this is a dyslexia screener. That's very near and dear to my heart, and I if that is the case, then based on the fact they're making a misrepresentation to us alone, I would vote no. So I want to be very clear about what that is. You're telling me that there's this functionality to it that somebody who has worked with this and whose opinion I trust is telling me that that's not the case.
Yeah, actually, to that point, I just wanted to hear, Clerk Kirby Gonzales, you said you had 5 years of experience with it. So I would just really love, from a practical kind of sense, pros, cons, your deep thoughts, having actually been a utilizer of this, understanding all the caveats, you trust staff, et cetera, but really from your perspective, pros cons, because I think I'm probably in the same boat as Vice President Pizzotti. I'm like, okay, if you like help me understand from your perspective as a teacher, a classroom teacher, like good, bad.
Sorry, I don't usually like to take this position with these things and step into this role, but okay, from my perspective, I think that the pro is exactly what our staff said that they needed and the principals said they needed. It gives a great snapshot visual. It's a very nice visual to say, here your child is about this grade level, and give a snapshot of data. And I think that's very helpful. And again, I don't want to step on the toes of any of our staff who's presented who's used this as well. And so it gives some very helpful data in that way. As an educator, when we're looking at our interventions, we've used the data to do that. I think the most helpful data and the best data, though, are more drilled down than what I can see sometimes in iReady. So when I really want to know the specifics of what my students are struggling in, I need to drill down more. I think that there are some helpful pieces as you look at where they're going to go into middle school. So my students go on usually to middle school, sometimes to K-8s, but the teachers will call me and they'll do placements based on iReady, and then we'll have a conversation because there are times where I don't agree with the iReady score. It doesn't seem to capture a student. That happens with any assessment. And so we'll have a conversation about placement individual on those kids, but it is helpful for the middle school and other teachers to have common language with that. I think it's helpful for parents who are worried about where is my child to see a snapshot of it. To be, you know, I don't think that it is the end all be all, and but it gives a snapshot and it gives some pieces. Folsom Cordova looked at cutting it from its budget last year because they were in a budget, you know, we're all in budget crisis. So it was on theirs to cut, and they did not have any pushback from early primary teachers. But there was some pushback from middle school and older who use it. And I think that our educators did say that it's nice to have a tool where everyone is the same. But it does take some time. The first year you get this data, as I'm thinking about our students right now, is it going to be helpful immediately? I don't know. I think our teachers, I really do. I'm with kids every day looking at them in the screen or in person. I think they know where our students are having holes. But I do hear our staff when they say that they need a tool and they need a benchmark tool, and I think it's important. And Superintendent Luna, on you.
So quickly, since I wanted to finish with one last thought, because the statement you read, President Jackson mentioned timing, and that does kind of resonate a little bit. We're in the middle of the year. You want to collect, I can see you want to collect the spring assessment. I get that. What's the harm in starting next year when we may actually be in person?
That's a good question, Trustee Pizzotti. One of the reasons we thought to start this year is to set us up for next year. So, you know, it's hard to sometimes start something at the very beginning of the year. And, you know, just some of the lessons I've learned, if you could start a little bit, if you could start earlier and getting people prepared, you know, you can hit the ground running when the year starts next year. So, you know, we've heard the term learning loss thrown out there quite a bit. And we know we're all concerned about what our kids have been missing. And quite frankly, I think what we've all talked about is having the right tool to tell us where the gaps are in the standards. And so this does tell us where they are. I know we will probably have a CASP test at some point this spring. I'm not sure that's what I want to use as my diagnostic to go forward. So I would like to use something that's going to give not only a snapshot of where our kids are on standards, but also something that can take us through summer so our teachers can look at where our kids are and they can adjust their units as necessary for their teaching. So that's why that's where I see the benefit of starting earlier. March may be too soon. You know, we put that out there as a tentative date. You know, we didn't say that was for sure, but I do see a benefit of starting the program at some point in the spring, and as was said in the slides, we really are preparing for 21-22. But I see a benefit from starting in the spring. I think it puts us in a better position.
I mean, I can maybe add something to that too, because this is what was discussed during the curriculum council meeting about that too, is that using this more as particularly for this year, as a guidepost or as a marking post, so that we can, whereas it more or less would reinforce or support the instruction that has been taking place in the classroom. Or, you know, especially for kids, especially if we go into testing, if we do statewide testing this year, but who knows if that's going to happen or not, is using that so then teachers can take a look at the data that they've gotten from the previous assessments and being able to evaluate whether or not their assessments were on par with the assessments that they got, the results that they got from iReady, if I'm not mistaken. I remember we had a discussion like that during curriculum council. Superintendent Luna.
So maybe I can, I'd just like to share some thoughts, and I hope I don't cloud the issue more. But as I'm hearing the conversations and the discussions, all of the concerns are valid. I think what we have to ask ourselves is systemically across our district, how are we able to improve how do we really know what our students are lacking? How do we really know truly what the learning loss is going to be, not just this year, but the years moving forward? We have to think of it systemically. We will never be able to compare apples to apples if we continue using different pieces of assessments. And if we are not all, as a whole organization, using a common assessment. So assessments are, and also let's keep in mind, there are different uses of assessment. We use assessments for real-time check marks of did the students learn right now what they just learned? That's the informal part, the observation, which is much harder in this virtual time right now. Almost impossible to really do the informal kind of observation kind of assessment. But the units of study that the teachers are using are assessing what the teachers are actually teaching in those units, that the students have mastered in those units. And again, they're not adaptive. So it is, did you learn this? Did you learn what we have taught in this unit? So there's that one form of assessment. But the other form of assessment that our district has not had is almost like a neutral kind of assessment that takes out what we're teaching, and it is just the standards of the grade level and what the state is expecting in the Common Core standards of that grade level or of the content. And that's what iReady would do, is really taking a pulse. And it's not, no assessment will ever be the end all be all. No assessment can ever tell everything that we need to know, ever. But we just then have to determine smartly which assessments will tell us the information we need in order to make certain decisions. From what I'm understanding, I've not used iReady, but I have used common assessments, and I know what common assessments can do for teachers because it helped me with my teaching. It wasn't about me. It was about what our students the gap that the students have, and then what I can do to better fill that gap. The difference in the iReady, what I'm hearing is that it's adaptive, which is almost a gift in itself, because it's not on us. It's not about me writing a pertinent question. It is about an adaptive assessment to move with the individual student of their level, of their mastery level. So I think that when we make a decision like this holistically as a district, we need to think systemically. We need to think across the whole district, and not necessarily in one particular area. If it is, I don't know the answer about the dyslexia, but if iReady is not an assessment that is valid or effective enough to diagnose that, then it shouldn't be used for that. We don't know that. But what
I just don't appreciate it being sold as that.
Well, that and we can definitely give that feedback if we move forward on this. And I don't, I'm not in those conversations per se, but I'm just trying to get a balance here of what our conversations are and come back to what is going to be the purpose of this, and in what way is it going to be effective. A school district has to have some kind of a gauge of where our students are in their grade level and in their content mastery, without us in that mix of trying to create questions or using curriculum for it. This is just the basic standards of where we are, and that is what will give us the learning loss information.
Right. So is the goal of iReady then? Correct me if I'm wrong, and if I'm reading more into this so what I'm hearing is that the goal behind Adopt and iReady is also that we can remove one of the biggest variables when it comes to instruction of kids in assessments out of the equations, which is teacher created assessments. Because if that's not my strong suit, I teach, sixth grade at Bridgeway Island. I may be more apt at doing something than say someone who teaches Bridgeway or sixth grade at Westmore Oaks. But if we're using units of study, we're kind of trying to line that up across the district. So now as part of iReady then to align up the assessments across the district, and then bring the groups together to interpret the data together. And so that way, as I'm evaluating the data for my kids at my school, I'm not looking at my results one way, whereas the teacher at Westmore Oaks is looking at their data another way. We're coming together, looking at our data together and saying, okay, well, this is what my data is showing me. Oh, this is what my data is showing me. And then we can develop a plan. So that way we're kind of more or less aligning instruction across the district. Is that, am I accurate in that, or am I way off base?
You hit the process really well, President Jackson. That is the process, but I do want to tell you, we still will have teacher created assessments. That will be something.
Obviously, yeah, you have to.
Yeah.
Right, but for those points in time at the beginning of the year, so we can measure where kids are, and at the midway point of the year, so we can measure what kids have learned so far, and then at the end of the year, as they're going into CASP testing or coming out of CASP testing, whether or not it supports the assessments and the instruction that we've done up until that point.
That is the process that we're going for.
Okay.
I want to make a point because I just looked it up. And it does say dyslexia screening brand new for 2020-2021 school year. So that this is, and I don't know anything, I've never heard this. So I just wanted you to know, Trustee Basadi, I just looked it up and it says that it's a brand new. So I would trust our experts to see, if that would be in lieu of, but it does say that this is brand new. And so that was something that I was not aware of. So I was really concerned to hear that, but I wanted to make that correction.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I appreciate that very much.
So to me, then,
oh, sorry.
No, I was just going to say, because to me, it seems then that it's kind of another way for us to continue the work that has already been done as far as aligning the curriculum. So if we're going to align our curriculum, then we need to align our assessments.
Yeah,
is that
I think
right?
that's another good point, actually, President Jackson. I think that's another good point. Another thing also is that iReady is not used for grading. It's for information and for guidance. Units of studies, your pre and post assessments have to be part of the calibration of your grading of progress being made. So iReady is really about information, making informed decisions, making informed plans in terms of really addressing the gaps of students, and not just gaps, but also addressing where maybe we're not challenging groups of students enough. It really could speak to that as well.
So my final, I guess, point that I want to make, because I think it was said that this would be a tool to help identify how much learning loss there is. I guess my question to that would be, wouldn't we have had to have implemented this in March of last year to really, or the beginning of the school year this year, to really understand that question? Because it's ongoing and continuing, and it started back then. So this really doesn't tell you that. It only tells you where we are now. We don't know where we were then.
So thank you for that. I think it would have been great had we been able to implement it earlier. I think that would have been outstanding for us. We were not in position to kind of get there. We had a lot of things we were starting brand new as well. And so I don't know that we were in the position to really implement this the way it needed to at that point of the year. However, I can also tell you learning loss is not something that's just a here and now problem. Learning loss, it's about growth, and we're going to have to address it for the good foreseeable future ahead as well. It's not something just for today. I do wish we would have had a tool like this earlier, though, to kind of echo your comment. But we can control what we do going forward, and there is plenty to do in terms of getting student growth going forward. There'll be plenty of opportunity and need for it as we move forward.
Can I ask just a clarifying question on actually contract language? The contracts don't align. One contract says 151,000, blah, 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 blah. And then there's a letter to Amanda that says it's 170,000.
It's 150. It's 150. We lowered originally. We were looking at a timeline that was going to give more assessments at one point, which means we would have used it more this year. But we went back on that. So we're using it less, and because we're using it less, they're charging us less.
Okay, so the 170 was just the original one, Amanda?
Correct. So it's 151 is what they would use because we're not using it that much.
Yeah, and we wanted to align it to actually be a school year. So do the half of year plus the 2 school years, because ending in December and 3 years from now would be a little strange. We would get some data, but then not finish the year, so
this straddles 2 school years. Gotcha. Oh,
so
yeah,
now
that makes
it's
sense.
in this half of year. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that makes sense.
But 151 is the correct number.
I'm going to look to the 2 teachers. I don't think I have enough information to move, and I will defer to you all with any other, as I said at the beginning. So,
well, I mean, I have enough information to move on it. I mean, for me, it's clear what the intention and the purpose behind it is. It's something that that our teachers have expressed a need for, and so I would actually move that we go ahead and approve it. So I'll just leave it at that. Because for me, to me, the intent is clear. I think I understand the purpose. And just with anything else, there's always going to be you're going to have some stumbles getting it out of the gate, but I think it does. I think it kind of does put us on the right track in terms of being able to align our assessments with our instruction, with our curriculum. And to me, this just seems like it's almost like one of the final pieces into that puzzle that kind of helps wrap all that together.
Yeah, I think
So,
my biggest needs were met. I think in terms of making sure that our it was optional for our youngest learners at this point, and then they can see how it goes. Those that want to try it, and then the piece about making sure that you really know who your facilitators are, I think is important. And again, that maybe that push to have all of those tests at the it's a lot of tests to have all running through. So I think the push. I understand the idea of giving one and then seeing the data to the second. But, that's a lot of hours taken from our teaching and learning to assess in those 3 months. So that would be my concern, that I would, hope that would be maybe reevaluated. But I am, given the fact that we don't have a benchmark and that you found this as a need, and hearing my remarks, then I'm supportive with those.
yeah. And if I'm not mistaken, I believe, wasn't there at the curriculum council, there was talk about even possibly giving the first assessment after testing, if I'm not mistaken. I believe that was discussed as well.
That is correct.
Okay.
That is correct. We have not set that. We have not set the exact date. So, I think we're gonna, as we look at our CAS possibilities, I think that's gonna. We're not going to want to have too much testing right at one time. So that's going to play a little bit into when we set the date.
Gotcha. Okay. Well, like I said, I'll move that we would approve the curriculum and associates contract.
All right, I'll second, given the comments made tonight.
Okay. All right. Well, with that, then obviously we have a roll call vote. I'll start with myself. I vote aye. Clerk Norma Gonzales.
I vote aye.
Vice President Zadi.
Yeah, I vote aye.
Okay. Trustee Wong.
I vote aye.
Okay. All right. That is P6, Curriculum Associates Contract Services is approved. All right. P7. We're only on P7. Approval of single plan for student achievement for Washington Unified School District, WSD schools. Mr. Morrissey, you're back up.
I'm here still. Thank you. So the single plan for student achievement, known as CSEA, they're required of all schools receiving state or federal funding through the consolidated application, and they're approved annually. The CSEAs are aligned to the current local LCAP, and this new template does align with the state requirements. The CSEA details how funds are to be used to improve student academic achievement. All these budgets have been reviewed by business services. Our Director of Compliance and Accountability, Stephanie Grote, has worked directly with principals on making sure everything is done according to the state requirements. And Educational Services has reviewed all of them. And so to ensure the compliance with state and federal guidelines. So Stephanie is here with me tonight. And we're asking for your approval of these.
Okay. Do we have any questions on our CSEAs?
I believe there's a comment.
Oh, there's one public comment. Thank you for that. I completely forgot, and I even haven't marked on my paper. We do have one public comment on P7.
That's correct, President Jackson. We have a public comment request from Tiffany McFadden. Tiffany, your microphone is on and you may begin.
Thank you, Yorgos. It's not going to be long. I just wanted to say I actually am on the school site council for River City. I've previously been on school site council for Southport when Christine went there. And I just want the board to know how impressed I was with Brittany Billingsley and how prepared she was for our meeting and how thorough she was in her explanations and sharing the data with those of us on school site council. I was extremely impressed with how much work she put in to make sure that we were able to be concise and thorough in our meetings, but with respect for everybody's time. And I just wanted to share that with the board. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Any questions on any of the SIPSs? No?
No question. Just thanks to everybody who is on those site councils too, and for all of our staff for working with them.
Okay, perfect. Do we have a motion to approve our SIPSs?
So moved.
So moved by Vice President Zadi, seconded by Clerk Kirby Gonzalez. Roll call vote. Trustee Wong.
Aye.
Clerk Kirby Gonzalez.
Aye.
And Vice President Zadi.
Aye.
And I too vote aye. So our SIPSs are approved. P8, approval of the MOU between Washington Unified School District and the California School Employees Association and its review chapter 168 with regard to early retirement and non-return notification incentive for classified employees.
I'm still here.
Yes, you are.
And I have the next four, and I will try.
Yeah, I was gonna say, and you can't go nowhere.
No, I'm stuck. I'm stuck.
This is.
No.
I was just gonna say, this is what we did last year, right?
Yes, we did. In fact, this is the year before as well.
Right. Okay.
Last year we did have of both classified and certificate. I won't skip. Sorry, I'll stick with the classified one. There were about 10 employees that did benefit from the early notification.
Okay.
So
I'll keep it quick. I know you're ready to go.
So, well, because that was Superintendent Luna.
Yeah, if I could just make a final comment in regards to why we are bringing this forward to the board. This is about prudent budget development. It's about, and this is why your auditor can actually say those words. I've never heard an auditor say those words to a board of trustees before about how well the district has created their budgets and been very thoughtful, taken steps each year to get to the health that it is today. And that's because the governing board studies the budget. The governing board sees ahead of time. You all bring your forecast to the board meetings. So what I would say on this is we are bringing this back because we know that in 2022, 2023, the district may be challenged in its budget moving forward from there on a couple of reasons. One, we still don't know all the effects to COVID-19, and two, we need to keep our eye on enrollment to get our kids back. And so this process helps the board in the budget development for the following school year in meeting the timelines of vacancies, how to move on vacancies, how not to move on vacancies, how to be prudent with your budget items and position controls. So that would be my 2 cents of why we're doing this, because your best practices, we're going to continue it a third year in the budget development for years out.
So thank you for saying that, because I meant to ask this question earlier and I completely forgot, but it's kind of sort of related. Because I remember last year when we're going through the budget process, we had talked about making tier 1 and tier 2 cuts. But then COVID struck. And then there was the part of the CARES Act was the fact that employees, we could not eliminate some of those positions that we had talked about eliminating. Whatever happened with that? Are we currently still carrying those positions that we had talked about eliminating on the books for this year? So no, we couldn't cut them last year because when CARES Act came up, that was one of the things that was in it, that we couldn't eliminate positions.
Yeah, thank you for that. So Kylie and I have been working really closely on the position control. I've been pulling that data back from June when we presented it. We didn't actually specify specifically which positions we were considering based on those vacant positions at that time. Some, because of COVID, some positions were needed. Like, for example, we were contemplating some reductions in custodial and even the storekeeper, but we determined that those are essential services right now. So we're looking at, again, Kylie and I have been working really closely. We meet frequently, much more lately, with regard to the enrollment and position control primarily. So we're taking a pause. Positions that we have questions on, we're bringing them to cabinet on whether we should bring them forward or, fill them, to basically fill those vacancies. We do have multiple positions that we did not fill, and they're sitting out there. They're vacant in our position control, and those will likely be coming forth as formal reductions. But fortunately, there aren't people in them, so no one would actually be noticed.
Right.
But yeah, there are some positions, and that'll be coming forth when Kylie and I work together in the spring.
Okay. And do we have any idea on do we have a projection of how many people we think would take advantage of?
Well,
this year?
Yeah, I was going to share a little bit more for each association. We did have about 10 of the classified members that had participated in that incentive. Since we're on the same topic, I'll just share that topic. There were about 11 certificated. Some of those positions that became vacant, we have not filled because we're still trying to assess the needs.
Gotcha.
Because of the COVID. Some of them are direct on-site type of positions, and we've held off on. But because they are sitting in position control, we do recognize that we're going to have to bring them forth for formal reduction.
Okay.
Another benefit of the incentive is this is the time of year where we're not only looking for reductions, but also staffing. We get notification from colleges and universities throughout the areas, Sac State, you name it. And, it's kind of nice to know who won't be returning, because then we can start recruiting.
Right.
So there's several factors that are going on, and I am appreciative that we've done this for the last couple of years, because it does help with recruitment, because we can get ahead of the game. And we were able to hire several teachers last year ahead of several other districts. We had some great top talent that came through from in our district. We had about 40 recruitments, so and needed positions. And of course, I'm veering on to the certificate.
You don't like hiring teachers a week before school starts?
What's that?
I said, you don't like hiring you mean the best teachers unavailable a week before school starts?
Oh, sometimes that happens if we get a notification from someone not accepting this offer at the time when we present it. So yeah, it's always nice to get an early start on recruitment.
Still got to get that in while I still can.
Yeah, there you go.
To our neighbors next door. Okay. Any other questions for on P8?
Mine's just real quick. So I just want to clarify, it looks pretty cut and dry, but if somebody wanted to retire, say mid-year, they're having health issues or they're concerned about, say, coming back into a setting, they would not be eligible for this. I just want to clarify that in terms of the window. Do they have to be at the end of the year? That's what it looks like.
So the window well, based on what we've done in the past, and that's a good point. So in light of the pandemic, that may be something we might look at as far as adjusting the timeline. But typically the classified is a different timeline. I think it's the, actually I have it right here. They would just need to notify the district, I want to say in February, whereas the certificated, it's the end of January.
But in terms of what if they notified you today that they wanted to retire January 1st, then they would not be eligible for this, is what I'm trying. I know that leaves us in a hard place with a class of kids. I'm just trying to clarify if we come back to a hybrid and there's moving later in the year or anything happens. they would not be eligible unless they work the full year. Is that true?
As presented, that would seem accurate. That would seem like that would be the case, but that is, again, something to consider.
Okay.
Linda, were you going to comment on that? I see you popped up.
I think I won't comment on that.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Yeah, because we definitely want to, in a normal setting, and actually even in the pandemic, I will say that putting the memorandum of, this incentive aside, typically we wouldn't release a teacher until we know that we've adequately filled that position, because we don't want our students to have to suffer the loss of having a teacher no longer in their class. So I have to look at that as well. And that's basically what we do and that's standard. I've been in my role of HR. If we get a resignation outside of the window, then I have to look at how that will impact the classroom and the students that are going to be impacted of no longer having that teacher. So
and if maybe they needed a medical leave, they could take that medical leave, but then still resign at the end of the year if there was if they're a high-risk individual.
And we are starting to receive that in light of the situation that we're in. Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. I'll keep that in mind.
As I said before, I moved.
I'm going to say, I believe Vice President Pizzati moved. I was going to second if discussion's done.
Dang it. All right. I'm done. Okay. Vice President Pizzati.
Aye.
Clerk Gonzales.
Aye.
Trustee Wong.
Aye.
And I too vote aye. P8 is approved. Approval of MOU between Western Unified School District and West Sacramento Teachers Association with regard to early retirement and non-return notification incentives.
Seems like the same deal. Oh, go ahead. Yeah. Then I move.
Okay.
Second.
All right. Clerk Gonzales.
Aye.
Trustee Wong.
Aye.
Vice President Pizzati.
Aye.
And I too vote aye. That one's approved too. P10, approval of MOU between the Washington Unified School District and the West Sacramento Teachers Association with regard to impacts and effects of reopening special day classes and opportunity classes, small in-person cohorts.
So as you know, we did reach a memorandum. Actually, it was an agreement, tentative agreement with WSTA with regard to the SDC, reopening of SDC classes or special day classes and the opportunity program. As Superintendent Luna shared in her return to school presentation, a lot of efforts in the ed services and facilities to bring our staff back. And of course, we had to tap the brakes or halt the brakes and not be able to move forward with it. But we do want to celebrate and recognize all of the hard work from the bargaining teams, WSTA, and also the administration. And as a formality, because we did reach that tentative agreement, the administration presents the MOU for your ratification.
Okay, I'll move.
I'll second.
Okay. Trustee Wong.
I just want to thank everybody's hard work on that. I know that it was, an interesting conversation to have. So I appreciate both WSTA and our bargaining units. So aye.
Thank you.
Clerk Gonzales.
Aye.
Vice President Pizzati.
Aye.
I too vote aye. Yeah, with all the hard work you guys put in that, it was disappointing that we actually had to change course, but it was definitely in the best interest of everyone. So,
and it does set the platform for when we start bringing back the next group. So we've had discussions that we've now agreed upon. So
so the work's already been done. Now we just got to wait for the conditions to improve and the conditions to get right, and then we can go ahead and move forward. So yeah, that's perfect. Thank you. You're good. You know that? Did I ever tell you that? All right.
And she's still doing a couple of jobs.
Right. I know.
Great
I know.
Team. Kudos to everyone. Kylie, everyone is just phenomenal. I'm just nothing but impressed by everyone.
Well, I'm nothing but impressed by you. So seriously, I'm going to be like you when I grow up. All right. All right. Approval of MOU between Washington Unified School District and the California School Employees Association Review Chapter 168 with regard to 2021 class for workday calendar for 9.8, 9,
Oh, sorry.
10.0. Oh, okay, yeah, for the employees.
Yeah, so as you recall, we adjusted the start of school, the date. We moved it out. There were some calendars that were still that needed to be impacted, that were impacted by the calendar change. And what it does is it's these specific calendars, the 9.98, 10.0, and 10.5 employees that are tied to those calendars. So in essence, they needed to be modified with the adjustment of those days that were previously non-school days. They're now school days. And that was agreed upon, and the attached MOU with CSEA is on the agenda.
All right. Any questions about that? No? All right. Then I will move to approve.
I will second, and also thank bargaining teams for coming to this agreement.
Thank you.
Yes. All right. Trustee Wong?
Aye.
Clerk Kirby Gonzalez?
Aye.
Vice President Pizzotti?
Aye.
And I too vote aye. MOU is approved. Q, board governance. Thank you, Assistant Superintendent Gonzalez. Appreciate you. Really do. Board governance. Approval of revisions to board policy and administrative regulations 5132. Dress and grooming. Dr. Phillips. Still around?
It's actually me again, President Jackson. So, yes. Anyways, so during the fall of 2019, the board, the subcommittee had begun the process of modifying board policy and administrative regulation 5132, dress and grooming. School closures due to COVID-19 prevented the completion of the revision. That was began by Dr. Phillips, as you pointed out. In addition, virtual learning is not currently recognized in the board policy. And so therefore, Washington Unified School District is requesting to complete the dress and grooming policy update. Educational Services has received input and consulted with site administration in order to proceed with the revision. This process was led by Dr. Jay Berns, and he is also here tonight on call with me. And we are asking for you to approve the changes.
All right. Trustee Wong.
No. You can look at it again. Shall we talk about like head coverings? Because I'm not sure, like we kind of a number of other things if you want to take a look at that, because we actually never got it to the board. There was there culturally some young people were saying, I don't know the appropriate term. I'm just using the do-rags on that was for them. That was something that they thought was a little bit biased. I know there was different discussions.
Ain't nothing biased about that. I'm sorry.
I don't know how other people feel, but that was the thing. And then I guess maybe I had misunderstood. So you all are proposing that virtual learning, that they still abide by the dress code versus an exception to not follow dress code during. This is how this reads. Just if you all can walk us through like how this reads is essentially, yes, we're going to update the dress codes, but you're saying that teachers and staff are going to enforce the dress code even in a virtual environment. Is that my correct understanding?
Correct. There still has to be some level of appropriateness to when people are on screen. However, it's not the same as in school. So there's certain parts of it that we're not going to be able to look at. But teachers can generally judge if something's appropriate or not, and deal with the student through the typical measures.
I don't know that. I mean, that maybe I had misunderstood. I know that the last time we had spoken as a policy, I see, President Jackson's face. Yeah, it's kind of, I'm not sure if it was aligned with our discussion in policy subcommittee because, so I'm hearing an exhale. So go ahead, President Jackson.
Well, no, because okay. my only issue, I take issue with the fact when we say that, well, teachers can determine what's appropriate or not, because that in itself is going to bring with it so much bias and so much personal preference, I guess would be the better way, or even personal, things. Because, for example, I mean, I know there were things that there would be things that I would be tolerant of as a teacher, but then I also know some other teachers who they would see the exact same thing and take complete issue with. So I think if that's, I don't know if if that's the appropriate stance to take. I mean, I agree with some of the wording, like, for example, head covering shall not be worn indoors except for purposes of religious beliefs and practices. To me, I'm okay with that. So if I see, someone coming in with a shower cap, well, okay, well, that's not appropriate. But if I see someone comes in the class with a turban, I mean, there's a difference. You know what I mean?
Yeah. If I recall, one of the conversations had to do with, during this time of virtual learning, our students and our families are really struggling, and we definitely wanted to not enforce any kind of uniform or anything like that, which is pretty intentional. In the revisions to the policies, I think we've taken out everything of school uniforms so that we just don't touch that right now and during a virtual time. But I do know that there are circumstances and there are times when a student is doing their very best. And who are we to judge that of their very best, that they are showing up on screen for their learning experience? And I don't think that that's the intent of the policy or the regulation, but intent is not in written form. And so if we need to strike that balance of being sensitive during this really unprecedented time, that our students, we will assume that our students are doing their very best and showing up virtually. And it's really about the appropriate clothing. Dirty clothing or clothing worn over and over again, that is not what this policy is talking about. I think the policy is talking about other inappropriateness that is not of respect or distracting to the virtual classroom or to other students. So we need to strike that balance in the language that is adopted tonight, or you need to have it, we could revisit that again. But I think we should cover the virtual learning environment, that there does need to be grace allowed for our students, because this policy is about our students. And so if that is not covered well enough, then we should revisit that again, because I do believe that that was part of the conversation. And we tried to capture that, but we want to make sure we really do capture it well. And our principals are then able to articulate that to their student body and to their parents.
I'm not. Jackie, you're muted.
President Jackson and I talked about it, but I don't know, Clerk Kirby Gonzalez, Vice President Posada, now that you're looking at this, if you have additional thoughts, since this may be your first read, or first read at this.
Well, when I'm looking,
go ahead. No, go ahead.
When I'm looking at the board policy, I saw, however, so under virtual learning, no uniforms, appropriate dress and grooming that contribute to a productive learning environment shall be encouraged. And so seeing the word shall be encouraged, I didn't have the same reaction. So maybe you're seeing somewhere different, because that to me does seem like it's giving grace, right? We're encouraging them. We're not here to be punitive.
It's in the AR.
Okay, I have that one up too right here. So maybe if the word is shall encouraged in this place too, maybe that would help to have the same.
Yeah, in a virtual learning environment, we shall encourage.
Yeah, I think that both of those statements, both of those phrases are good to put together, because I think when our students do come back full onto the campus, or when they return for hybrid, we want that the dress code to be implemented with the standards that are set forth in there and the revisions made. It's the virtual environment that we really need to make sure that it is covered with open arms versus, So I can scribe that. I have that up right now. I just want to make sure I capture it correctly.
I think you articulated it correctly. In a virtual environment, students are encouraged to follow these guidelines, right? Or in both, and to be consistent both in the AR and the BP.
So you can pull the language right from the board policy.
Yeah, I agree. Just quickly before I start, well, it's already late.
Sorry to everybody here.
No, yeah, really. So I noticed when I was looking on the agenda, this isn't the same thing this is only applying to virtual, correct? It's not applying overall. This is purely, this is something different than when the students came and talked to us.
It's both.
It's still both.
Okay.
What is this inclusive of?
So
there was
this
no
also is
language in it for the virtual
of,
setting.
Okay. So this is also, so when the students came to talk to us in council in the chambers, so this is what was the product of their their comments.
Yes.
That's what they think.
Yes.
Yeah, they wanted gender affirming. For example, that's why we added students are allowed to dress to their gender identity. Right. We took out things that were off the shoulder,
strapless shoes, all that stuff.
Yeah, strapless shoes is that usually that's biased to usually girls who wear strappy shoes.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Try to remove as much of the sexist type language as possible.
Yeah.
I do have a. Oh, go ahead.
I was just thinking red. I don't see red in here crossed out. So where did the red come from? I know it's in all of our handbooks. Don't wear red. Did that come up at all? If we should have red or not, or a conversation with our police?
The student said red was an arbitrary, and then I believe President Jackson, I said gang affiliations and things, identification changes from generation to generation. And so that's probably a conversation with staff and WSP, West Sac PD about what is actually considered gang paraphernalia or gang,
Okay.
Right.
If that's helpful, gang related apparel.
Okay.
Yeah. And Dr. Berns, you would know just as well as anyone, but I mean, I'm sure you can attest that what was considered gang attire in 1995 is not necessarily considered to be gang attire in 2020.
Right. It's changed. It's changed from wearing a Nebraska hat, for example, in West Sacramento when I worked probation, to wearing a Cincinnati Reds hat or a White Sox hat. And even that changes recently. But then if you notice in that last paragraph, it talks about gang related apparel, right? And that allows us, it gives us that room to identify it. Because there's times when kids will put 3 lines in the eyebrow for a gang, right? Versus or one sleeve up and one sleeve down. It's constantly changing. So this allows us to evolve and address it as it comes up.
Yeah. Because I remember when 3 lines in the eyebrow just meant you were just trying to be cool. Well, we did that when I was in high school. And it meant nothing.
I think that would be the place, though, that the practice, it's important to look at what the practice is. Because I know when we were telling our little kindergartners, you can't wear red leggings because it says it's gang related. What's a gang? So I do think it's important for staff then to look at what that looks like in practice and how, as you have said, things have changed over time. So in many of our school handbooks, it tells you specific things not to wear. So that would be an important thing, I think, to revisit as those are looked at for our incoming students next year.
Well, that's also too why in here it says that the dress codes should be assessed annually.
And the gang apparel is every semester, I believe. I think that's what it just says. So it's more often we need to reassess.
Yeah,
but then to Clerk Kirby Gonzalez's point, we need to kind of trickle down that message to staff who are still under the impression that red is you can't wear hearts, like a kindergartner can't wear hearts on Valentine's Day. So yeah, I remember that story. What was I gonna, there's something I caught.
And that did come up, Jackie. They were talking about, 8-year-olds wearing a red dress for Christmas.
Yeah. No, Clerk Kirby Gonzalez has mentioned it actually before you came here, Jay, that her daughter, it's like she can't wear heart tights to school.
Right.
So.
Yeah. Like one of my daughters has a red penguin Christmas shirt that she wear to school.
Yeah.
It's like,
and it happened to be also the day that I wore my, I have a lot of red jackets.
Yes, you do.
I have a lot of red, so but
Jackie Penguin, that's why.
Okay.
That's in my past. You know that. I think I'm playing.
Oh boy.
Man.
All right.
Wow.
You doing all right over there, Kobe?
I'm losing it.
I can tell. All right.
Oh, I know. I have this. Sorry. Now it's the ripped jeans. So now the ripped jeans is now a thing, but I would say they have to cover the thigh. There's something to do because it's a style thing. So that it's not necessarily about the ripped jeans. It's about making sure your thighs are covered underneath, so you have a fabric underneath, right? So that's something that I'm like, oh, we didn't actually think about that but now I see moms, dads, everybody wearing ripped jeans above the thigh, above the knee.
Right.
So.
We addressed it in number 4, where it talks about shorts and then mid-thigh or lower garments with rips above mid-thigh are prohibited.
I'm just saying that it may not may not be I'm advocating for it to be allowed as long as there's like a patch underneath, right? Like a fabric underneath. But I don't know because it's a style thing. Because my daughter just got some jeans that are like distressed, but they have fabric underneath.
Right.
It's a style thing.
Like the girl never mind. Yeah, that came up.
And
on
then
the news.
again, because I had also a shirt that with a tank top underneath that had like holes in the sweater, but then I had like a full t-shirt, and I'm like, wait, I think I'm wearing a fishnet type of top. It's a style thing, right? Like, so women have like fashion forward. That's the other things that they were talking about, right? So I think different language.
I see where Jay's coming from though, like too, because like the other night I was watching the news with my daughters, and there was a girl who came out to be interviewed, and as she was walking out of her house with her jeans on, literally the entire front portion of her jeans from her knee all the way up to her pocket was gone. And as she's walking, her bare thigh is popping out of the jean, out of the front part of her jeans.
Right. No, hence that it should not the rip, but flesh should not be showing.
Gotcha.
Does that make sense? You should conceal. I don't know, Clerk Kirby Gonzalez. I don't know if you have an opinion. It's a style thing, and
I don't care.
I don't know, but the students do.
No, I don't care. I mean, I don't care about a girl having a little part of her. I used to really, really enforce things, and then I realized, I trust our staff, but I realized, wow, why am I spending so much energy on certain things? When we can just get to teaching instead of sexualizing some of our especially our younger kids, with certain dress codes. So the sooner I stopped worrying as much about it or checking out, how long their shorts are or short their shorts are, we got to, teaching and learning. So if there's something that's a big concern, I think that, there we go. But if I don't think any staff, I hope, is, spending so much time on how close is that to your thigh or not to your thigh.
Well, the students would say
my hope.
yeah, the students would say otherwise. So I'm trying to channel the students and what they were saying, so that if a style thing, because it's usually girls who wear these ripped style jeans.
Why is there an issue with having a little bit of your thigh showing through your jean? I don't know. I mean,
it was just the placement, right? The same discussion you just said, Sarah, was that what we talked about. We talked about, what's the difference between a rip and shorts? Yeah. But there's a certain point where that rip is just too high.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
And that was
it. To quote one of my favorite administrators, if dress code is the thing that we got to worry about, then we're doing pretty damn good.
Or we're focused on the wrong things.
Yeah, but again, channeling the request from the students to make sure that it's not biased.
Yeah,
right.
I'm just going to ask either to maybe Sarah's point, remove that reference to the jeans, or just make a reference to what your intent is to make sure that if you have ripped jeans, that your flesh isn't covered above your flesh is covered above the whatever it says, above mid thigh.
Okay. So what I heard was we want to move from the BP, that paragraph about encouraging appropriate dress. We want to move that to the AR.
We want to duplicate it, not move. We're going to replicate it.
Replicate it. Thank you. And then we're going to fix number 4 in terms of the rips above mid thigh to represent something else in terms of making sure that the flesh is not showing and things are covered. Okay, we can do that and we'll bring that back for a second read.
Yeah,
perfect.
I think that's right.
And maybe run it by our, we
students.
have a student board member, so our student board members, and just see if there's anything we're not catching.
Yeah, or maybe student council, like whoever. I think they were student council, right? They were student leadership, Stan, at River City.
Yeah, I think you talked to a couple different groups. So but definitely I think getting some student input is a good idea.
Yeah. Because I don't recall where we landed on the fishnet stuff. Again, I think it was as long as it was covered and it's a fishnet over a shirt. We had a really interesting conversation. It was actually very hilarious hearing President Jackson's opinions on things. Okay, thank you for that.
Okay.
Are we good?
I believe
we're good on that one.
Okay.
So I take it we're not taking any action on Q2?
No.
Okay.
They're taking the revisions and bringing it back.
All right. So this will be brought back. Q2 will be brought back to the board. All right. All right, if nothing further, then we'll go ahead and move over to Q3. Approval of revisions for waiving community service graduation requirements for the 2020-21 school year.
Q3 is discipline, no?
No. Q3 is the removal of...
I think that's Q4, Trustee Wong.
Yeah, Q4 is discipline.
Q3 on mine is discipline.
Discipline is mine. Q3 is discipline for mine too.
Well, I got mine, and Q3 on mine is...
Agenda online that's published says Q3 is discipline.
Yeah.
So I will take responsibility for this. In the board agenda, if not everything is swept from workflow and we publish the agenda, the numbers may go a little wonky, which is what happened this time around where
this got flip-flopped. It's okay.
They got flip-flopped. So
yeah, it got flip-flopped. All right, discipline.
Yeah, because my apologies for that.
Nah, no worries. I was funny because I actually have the electronic one sitting here right in front of me, and I wasn't even paying it any attention. Okay, yeah, okay. So Q3 then is approval of revisions to board policy and administrative regulations 5141 discipline.
Yes, very similar to the last one. Virtual learning due to COVID-19 is not currently recognized within board policy and administrative regulation 5144 discipline. Therefore, we're requesting to modify the discipline policy by adding language to encompass virtual learning. And again, Ed Services has been getting input from our site administration, and Dr. Jay Berns was leading that process simultaneously with the last board policy on dress code as well. And we're asking for you guys to approve that board policy now that we've made adjustments to include virtual learning, to have it encompass virtual learning.
The last sentence, I think, is just, there's something not right about it. The government, where it says the governing board acknowledges that online may lead to new situations. There's something about the may lead to new situations. And I don't know if other folks feel, it's just like my initial thought was just eliminate it. I don't think it's necessary, but if there's staff reason why you wanted to include it.
Eliminate the whole sentence, or
yeah, I mean, my initial was, but again, it's up for board discussion, was to eliminate the entire sentence because it wasn't necessary, because what you did was just, just say the ed code still applies in a virtual setting. Unless there's there was a policy reason that y'all needed it in there. But I don't see a reason why you need that sentence in there. But again, up for board discussion.
Yeah.
I had a question. There's two sections where it says himself, herself. Yeah. Would it be possible to put themselves, if that's appropriate?
Yes.
And then the following, right after, let me see where it says.
He, she, they.
Yeah, exactly.
We also,
or you put they in one of the, if you, right after we make the change to themselves, or when it says themselves or others, or they, it says he, she, you turn that to they, you're right, and commits a single act, right? That would be, I think, more appropriate. Or he, she, they, whatever.
Would be more inclusive, yes.
well,
Yeah, for sure.
I only say when we did our vision in the district statement, because I remember we looked up, can you use they if it's singular and plural, and we used they, and so it makes me think that we should be consistent. So if we did he, she, they, I don't think that's consistent throughout our others.
Right.
I think we had changed it to they. So whatever we do, we should probably be consistent through all.
Right.
The staff just want to take a look at that.
Sure.
And so that's coming back. But again, I don't know if you guys want to keep the sentence that I said, and just eliminate it, but.
Yeah, I see your point. I mean, because you could essentially eliminate that and just go start it right there, where student code of conduct and behavior expectation does not change for the virtual teacher and learning context.
Yep.
I think that serves the purpose of the intent of that.
Yep. I think that's.
Do we want to just approve them with the changes instead of it coming back to us?
It's the they thing that I don't know. You said you wanted to be consistent, so I don't know if staff wants to go and look at the other codes that the policies that you're looking at.
Okay.
So then we can take a look and make sure that's just right. Okay. You're bringing back the other one anyways. I know President Jackson will not be with us, but then we can go we'll do anything. I can put do-rags back on.
Please, can we just...
I know.
Oh, Clerk Kirby Gonzales, we had like an hour discussion about it.
Oh, I know. I met with students too. Yeah.
Oh, no. Between Dr. Phillips and President Jackson.
Oh, I wasn't in that. Okay, never mind.
No. It was a whole conversation. Right. It was
Let's
a whole
talk about
conversation.
It when it's not 11:45.
No, but I talk more 11:45. Okay, so that will come back. So now Q. Yes. Okay.
All right. Okay, so both of those are going to come back. All right. So then approval of the reasons for waiving community service graduation requirements for the 2020-2021 school year.
Yes, sure thing. So students in grades 9-12 are required to complete 8 hours of community service each year as a graduation requirement. Students must complete those 8 hours of service learning for a nonprofit agency or charity group, a school, city, state agency, or a licensed nursing home or daycare. Students are not permitted to volunteer for parents if a parent owns their own business, unless that business meets those parameters I just mentioned. Due to COVID-19 restrictions, students are challenged with finding local public agencies and nonprofit organizations to identify and develop the learning opportunities that would fulfill this service learning requirement. In addition, many parents are not willing to send their students to places for fear of contracting the virus. Therefore, we're recommending that the service learning requirement for all students be waived for the 2021 school year, so that students are able to concentrate on completing their courses. So that would just be in effect for this year. It's not a change to the policy. It's just waiving the requirement for this school year for our high school students. And Dr. Jay Berns is here on the call, as well as Principal Brittany Billingsley, who support this change for this year. And we're asking for your approval.
Makes sense to me.
Makes sense to me too. I'll move.
I move. Oh, I'll second.
Okay. All right. Vice President Pizzotti.
Aye.
Clerk Kirby Gonzalez.
Aye.
Trustee Wong.
Aye.
And I too vote aye. So that requirement is waived for this year.
Thank you.
All right. Q5, discussion and action on options for the board member vacancy on the Washington Unified School District Board of Education.
Thank you, President Jackson. I'm just trying to pull up my documents. I had them up and I got to find them again. My apologies here. Here it is. Okay. So with former trustee Norma Alcala being sworn into the City Council, it automatically makes a vacancy for the Washington Unified School District Board of Trustees. At this time, the board has two options. Option one is could be to order a special election. Now, the special election, because of the timing, would occur in November 2021, and the seat would remain vacant until that election time, November 2021. That seat would then fill for 1 year, and then that seat would be out for up for election for 4 years in November 2022. Keep in mind, a special election is on the cost of the school district itself. We have not received an up-to-date cost of what a special election would be for a school district. I recall this back in 2015-16, and it was about $75,000 to run a special election. The second option for the board is to make a provisional appointment. A provisional appointment would mean that the board would advertise to solicit candidate applications or nominations. A committee would be assigned from the board to board members that would review the applications for eligibility of board membership, and then bring those names to an open session for the board to then enter into an interview process with the candidates in this public meeting, accept oral or written public input, and select the provisional appointee with a majority vote at that same meeting. There are other steps that follow should the board choose to enter into a provisional appointment process, such as after the board makes that provisional appointment, there are steps that the board would have to make following that appointment, with an open window for the public to either petition or call for a special election due to a broken process. So with that, we are on a time frame with former trustee Alcala no longer serving on the board. The time frame is as such that the county superintendent of the Office of Education could step in to determine the board's process should we not act within the time frame allowed. So with that, we have this on the agenda this evening for the board to determine whether to move into a special election for November 2021 or move into a process for a provisional appointment. The projected time frame moving into a provisional appointment would be for the board to enter this process in the second meeting of January, which is at the very end of January, to be able to meet the legal time frame. And of course, the board's legal counsel would support your whole process on this as well.
You're on mute again, President Jackson, and I think there's a public comment.
No, there's two.
Correct, President Jackson. We have two public comments. The first is from Dani Langford. Dani, your microphone is on and you may begin.
Alrighty, first I'd like to thank you guys for actually answering my question about next Tuesday's board meeting. Well, I haven't received anything on it yet. Someone sent me a screenshot of what they received, and it says regular meeting, but wouldn't that be a special meeting? Just curious. As far as this item in filling Norma's seat, I would just like to go on the record that I sincerely hope you go with the recommendation in the transmittal to appoint someone to the District Area 1, being that we are now under districting. I'm sure there will be plenty of qualified applicants to step up for the process. Thank you so much.
And our second public comment request is from Tiffany McFadden. Tiffany, your microphone is on and you may begin.
Hi, thank you. And I appreciate you guys all still being here. I know this is a late meeting, so I'll keep this short. I really just second what Dani said. I think it would be irresponsible to do a special election at the cost to the district. I don't think we need to spend that kind of money. I think the appointment process is the right way to go, and that we would need to appoint somebody from Area 1 to stick with the by district elections. So I just hope that's the way the board votes tonight. Thank you.
All right, thank you for that. Comments?
Well, I, for one, don't want to spend any money on an election, so
yeah,
I'm kind of, my mind's made up.
Yeah.
No, I agree with the appointments process. I know there was a back and forth about the seat, and just needed clarity of whether or not it is an Area 1 seat or a district-wide appointment. I think that's the discussion. I don't know if others have thoughts about that.
Trustee Wong, thank you for asking that question. It is a good question because the board, well, Washington Unified School District just started this process of by area trustee elections. Based on the board's resolution in moving to by area trustee elections, that resolution stated that every election moving forward, starting with this November 2020 election, therefore, this provisional appointment would be representative of trustees of Area 1, which is where former trustee Alcala currently resides.
Right, but if it's so it says of election, but this isn't this wouldn't be an election though, it would be an appointment. So because I agree completely. If we're saying that we're going to hold a special election, then that would make sense. That makes perfect sense. Then that would be the case. So, but that's not where it seems to me that the that the appointment process is probably going to be the way to go, because there's no sense for the seat to sit vacant for a year to hold a special election in a year from now, only for the person to then have to run again a year later.
Thank you for asking that question. In review of the legal counsel memos of the by-area trustee elections, whether it is by election or provisional appointment, it does state that it should be representative of the by-area trustee, if that makes sense. So it's not necessarily that it's an election or an appointment. It is the area for which the trustee will be representing on the board.
But there's, I don't understand that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if you took a look at the education code that was cited in the memo, President Jackson. It's unclear. The law is attached to a person, not necessarily area. So I know, right, in an abundance of caution, I think that's the recommendation is trustee area 1, but from my read of the memos and looking at the education code, it's actually not clear, not very, very clear.
Right. It's not very clear. Because here, and you know, me notwithstanding, my argument for that was that seat was ran, and some people say, well, what happened 2 years ago have to do with what happened now? Now, well, it has a lot to do with it, because you're talking about someone who was elected into a seat by the entire city. That was an at-large seat that was filled. Granted, the vacancy now has come at a time where we are now in district voting. However, so in my opinion, if we then say, well, we can only pick someone from area 1, you're basically telling the rest of the people in the city who voted for Trustee Alcala in that seat that their votes no longer, their votes then don't count, because then they're essentially telling them, well, you don't have a say in who fills her the remainder of her at-large term.
You're saying that
right?
the at-large people who voted for her outside of trustee area 1.
Exactly. So that's the way I see that. And like I said, if it was going to special election, it's clear cut. We're in districts. So then that person will be coming from that district. But since it's not, if you're talking about doing an appointment, anybody in the city should be able to fill that at-large seat, because that's how the seat was elected. But then obviously,
no, that's how that person
whoever. I'm sorry.
That seat. That's how that person was elected, not that seat, because her seat is now trustee area 1, right?
Well, no, because Norma,
the seat was never trustee area 1. It was always at large, right? So
yeah, that seat was always at large. So even Norma was still here on the board, it's not like she's just representing trustee area 1. No, because she ran at large. She's representing the entire city, and she would tell you that she's representing the entire city. Trustee Sarah Kerber Gonzales, she did the same thing. She ran her last election was an at-large election.
Right. So what you're saying is then, so Trustee Kirby Gonzalez doesn't represent Area 5 right now. She represents
all. She represents Area 5. She represents Area 1, Area 2, Area 3, Area 4, and Area 5.
Theoretically, we all represent. I'd like to say that we all represent everybody, even though
you're right.
I know.
But we were elected by. We sit in the seat of.
You two do now.
Of an area.
You two do now. Yes, you two do now, and Al will on Tuesday. But Norma and Sarah, they do not, because they were both voted into their seats at large.
Okay.
I mean, to me, it just seems more rational, because again, like I said, by telling all the other people who do not reside in Area 1 that the person that you elected to fill that seat, because she resides in Area 1, essentially their votes are thrown out.
Well, they were thrown out when she left. She ran for another seat. She ran for council.
Right. No, I understand
so her
that.
votes left when that happened. They voted for the person, right? So those people that voted for that person left. Now the only thing that's left is that seat.
Right, but that
so you're saying
but
that
the
at
seat,
large seat,
that
those
at large
people didn't
seat,
vote for a blank seat. They voted for a person.
right? But the seat, essentially, you can't say that the seat and the person don't go together.
If I may remind the board about a specific document that legal counsel had written to the board. It talks about the resolution that the board approved in resolution number 1819-08, that effective of that resolution, which was in September 2008, any member to join the board after the November 2018 elections must come from an appropriate trustee area. And so that's why the conclusion comes to trustee area 1. We don't have our legal counsel with us at this time on, and so I'm only going by the information given to the board.
So what's the, okay. What's the, if we did an election, you're saying it would be from the trustee area, correct? Hello, anyone? Superintendent?
If it was a special election?
Yeah.
Yes, then it would be from the trustee area.
From the trustee area?
Correct.
But what you're saying is from the resolution, even if we appoint?
It's the seat itself. It's the seat. Moving forward from 2018, any vacant seat is no longer an at-large seat. It represents an area.
Right. Okay. So Sarah does represent Area 5.
Right. After November 2018.
Okay.
Each seat is represented by an area.
Okay.
Tonight, what you need from us is the timeline simply to say we would like a special election or we would like an appointment. Is that all you need tonight?
The special, yes, because a provisional appointment, we've already started the timeline. As soon as former trustee Alcala was sworn on to the city council, the timeline immediately started for the board.
Okay, I am not in favor of a special election, given that it would be November, and there would be only 4 board members all the way till November, and the costs. So I'm supportive of an appointment, since that's the direction we need to give tonight if it's a special election.
And as well, yeah, I'm with you.
Yeah, the appointment only makes sense. It would be foolish to do a special election.
So can I ask you a question? If we make that decision, do we have to talk about at large or not at large at this one? I mean, if we're just, the decision is to do appointment or election, do we have to talk about at large? I mean, do we have to make a decision on that here, right now? Like, not here, right now.
I'm not quite sure how to answer that. I'm not sure that it's the board's decision. I think you may have already made that decision November 2018 for the November 2018 elections. What we could probably do is have the board determine whether you're going to do a special election or a provisional appointment, take action upon that, and we can get further clarity from legal counsel as to what that provisional appointment, how that would be advertised for the district, whether it would be trustee area 1 or whether what you have been discussing, an at-large seat.
So I'm literally reading the resolution right now. It's about President Jackson's point. It talks about elections. It doesn't talk about appointments, right? And so, and then the education code, to Vice President Pizzotti, you're asking if when we move to trustee areas, what happens to the people in the references to people actually in the seats in the education code that says those seats continue to be at large. That's very clear. The problem is it references people. There's this nothing about the seat, right? So that's the gray area.
Because when you want ambiguity, this is the perfect time.
That's, that we do it all the time. This is sausage making, right? Vice President, we do this all the time in Sacramento. Like, oh, well, somebody will figure it out. And we'll pay some lawyers to write some memos and somebody will interpret it. But, it's an interpretation. So the statute actually isn't that long, right? The statute's it's brief. It refers to a person that person can still represent at large, right? That's the and then I'm looking at the resolution that was also mentioned, and it refers that every elected person has to be a trustee area. So here we are in a gray area. But it feels like we're unanimous on an appointment.
Yes.
So, I move forward with the fact that I would move that we go to an appointment. I just don't know how to resolve this other thing.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe we get a legal counsel next meeting to chat us up about it, whatever. But I would second that. Appointment only.
Oh, do we not want to vote on an appointment right now? You're on mute, President Jackson. You're on mute.
Jesus Christ.
Press your button, President Jackson. Press your button.
I have a button. No, that's okay. So moved by Vice President Pizzotti for the appointment, and seconded by Trustee Wong. Okay. All right. Start with you, Vice President Pizzotti.
Aye.
Trustee Wong.
Aye, with the caveat there's further discussion about just more clarity with legal counsel about this.
Yeah, you guys are gonna have to make that determination. Yeah. Clerk Norma Gonzales.
Aye.
And I too vote aye for the appointment. All right. We are on to R1, Washington Unified School District 2021 Board of Education Reorganization Meeting, December 15th, 2020. R2, Board Governance Sessions with Beacon Results, January through March 2021. Are there any additional future board agenda items?
President Jackson?
Yes, ma'am.
I just need some clarity on moving forward here. Are we asking to have this agenda item in regards to the provisional appointment on the December 15th agenda? Because that's the next time that the board comes together. And we've already started the timeline of filling the vacancy as soon as from earlier this week.
Oh, I guess that was the question we didn't answer. What is the timeline? You mentioned it. What is the timeline? Yeah.
You know what? That might actually be a good idea since we are gathering, and I think it would be important for board member-elect Venegas to be read into this discussion. He's going to have a say in this, so he should probably hear all the facets from legal counsel as well. Maybe we make that our one action item, or one for information discussion item.
I wonder if it is information discussion, only because our it's a legal memo. Does that come under?
Maybe confidential.
Speaking about, talking about filling a board vacancy is to be done in open session only.
Great, that's fine. Would it be possible to get him there? Or have him attend?
Our legal counsel?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we will have a legal one of them there.
Perfect.
Okay, thank you.
Whoever thinks laws are black and white, they're really not. They're really not.
No, every law is like that. I mean,
that's what lawyers are for.
It's all in the interpretation or the implementation.
Yeah.
We write them one way, they interpret them another.
All right, so I think we're getting looped because it's midnight. It's past midnight. So would you like to put anything on our future board agenda, President Jackson?
Is it your last chance?
But I do believe I agree with Clerk Kirby Gonzalez earlier that we should have a board study session after we have our governance training with the existing board members. Yeah, the future board members. And Dr. Hildreth. Oh my gosh, it's late. I'm mixing up your name, Dr. Hildreth.
Okay. All right. So board study session, budget.
And then I just wanted to make one point, since I was taking this, that when people go to our Board of Education website, when they scroll down to our meetings, and you can see our approved meeting, the agenda that does show December 15th as a board meeting. So I just wanted to make that clarification, that it is posted, that we're having our meeting next Tuesday.
And I believe legally, it has to be a regularly scheduled board meeting pursuant to law.
Exactly. And so we've already approved that, and it is.
Yeah, by law. We can't have special meetings on something that's codified. Correct.
So it is legal and we're all legit.
Like I said, I like to stay within the law. But when the law is gray, no fun.
All right. Anything else? If not, well, technically we don't need a motion, but I suppose we take a motion to adjourn.
Thank you to all of the people that are still here. I mean,
yeah, because my Zoom is freaking out now. It's like possessed.
Well, President Jackson, I know we're saying all the things next Tuesday, but this is your last adjournment technically.
And
I'm just saying thank you for service. We'll say more next week.
We'll say more next week, definitely. But
yep. All right, y'all. It's been real. It's 12:15.
Good night.
I guess we should vote for.
We need to vote to adjourn.
Yeah. All right.
Motion to go night-night.
Making the motion.
I'll make the motion to adjourn.
Jackie made the motion. Toby has seconded. All right. Stands ready for bed. All right. Vice President Pizzati.
Aye.
Clerk Kirby Gonzalez.
Aye.
Trustee Wong, that's not you, Jackie.
Oh,
that's not you.
It's 12:16.
All right. Meeting's adjourned. Good night, everybody.
Aye.